There's nothing better than red ball cricket under bright blue skies. Welcome to SuperSport Park, day 3 of this CSA 4-day series match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the Dafabet Warriors. I'm Ken Borland. Alongside me is Titans legend and international coach as well, now coaching the Fidelity Titans women's team, Pierre de Bruin. And Pierre, also this match is just fascinatingly poised, isn't it, going into the penultimate morning with the Warriors 73 for 4, which means they're leading by 89 runs.
Morning, Ken. Morning, everyone. Yes, it's going to be a very exciting day, to say the least. I think what the Titans are going to bring in this morning and what they need to bring in this morning is how they finished that last hour last night. There was a lot of energy. They bowled really well. They managed to get the Warriors 4 down, which is a nice foundation for the Titans. On the other hand, the Warriors, without Matthew Breetske, they're going to need a couple of good partnerships, a couple of batsmen that's going to put their hands up to get a healthy lead. 14 wickets fell yesterday. Are we going to see the same today? That's the question. And it all depends on how the surface is going to change throughout the day. Khalim, he's going to take the first over this morning for the Titans. Usually a type of bowler that gets a little bit of shape on the ball, a little bit of swing. It is early morning, so you would expect some swing this morning. First ball.
Well, not much carry on that delivery at all. The pitch still looks pretty similar to how it's looked all on the previous 2 days. There's sign of a few cracks, but it's just normal. It doesn't look like anything alarming. But the important thing is that yesterday the ball did continue to move off the pitch a bit, and the Titans have already got some swing.
Now that's something I'm going to watch very carefully this morning and throughout the day is the bounce of this wicket. Are we going to see some variable bounce? Yesterday there were a couple, not a lot, but a couple of deliveries that didn't have the normal bounce.
You mentioned Matthew Breetske. For those who didn't hear yesterday, Breetske has received an emergency call-up into the Protea squad that leaves today, I believe, for Pakistan for the ODI series there. So he's been replaced, a full replacement, JP King, who unfortunately has come and gone already. Caught Moonsami bowled Makanya for 18. Breetske was the mainstay of the first innings with a brilliant 100. Good start by Khalim. I think for starters, not a bad channel. He might want to get a little bit straighter once he finds his rhythm.
Yeah, it is a good start. Already 3 balls in, asking a couple of questions. We do talk a lot about first hour on every day, but this is a crucial first hour for both teams.
That delivery perhaps should have been left. A little bit of a prod at it by Matthew de Villiers. We've spoken about the Titans. Their goal is simple. They just need to take as many wickets as they can while the going is good in this morning session. For the Warriors, ideally, they would like to lose no wickets before lunch, because after this pair are the all-rounders, Kruger and Myanda, and then the bowlers.
He's just finding the outside half of the bat at the moment is Khalim. This ball is in its 29th over, so it's getting a bit softer now. Carried to the slip fielders or the wicket keeper is something that is not the same as day one. So those slip fielders has got to be in the right position. I can see that second slip is nice and close, as well as the gully.
Good job by Jansen to preserve the maiden over. As far as first overs of the day go, that was pretty good.
It was. It's a maiden over. That's the way you want to start. And, good fielding as well from that last delivery.
I still don't see Keegan Peterson on the field. The regular captain split his webbing yesterday. Well, Janker Smith led the charge yesterday afternoon with a wonderful spell of consistent probing bowling. Probably the worst ball he's bowled in this innings.
Yeah, he was impressive yesterday in that 6 over spell. He bowled 2-4-6. He did not leave an area, and he had a bit of pace on the ball. He had a lot of energy running in. They want the same from him this morning. That was a bit of a loosener to start off with.
Yesterday evening, he was just so consistent, just on or just outside off stump. Lovely length as well. He was getting bounce. He was getting a bit of movement away. 2 balls this morning, just a little bit straight.
Going back to the point you made about Keegan Peterson splitting his webbing. That's very unfortunate for the Titans. Oh, that T20 campaign around the corner as well. Next Wednesday, the first game in Maritzburg. Titans have lost a couple of players as well due to the SAA tour as well as the Protea tour to India.
Split webbing, you can get bad ones, can't you? But you can get ones that heal up quite quickly.
Yes, it's about did he get stitches? Oh, that's a nice delivery. Just the Villiers had a go at that. Either way, it's a very awkward place. Is a split webbing because you want to avoid infection. Number one, you've got to keep it clean, keep it dry, and especially for batsmen. If it's your top hand or your bottom hand, it doesn't matter. It's a very awkward, uncomfortable injury.
And obviously with T20 cricket coming up and fielding being so important, you can't afford to have someone who's a bit of a, shielding a bit of a hand injury.
No, it's certainly a problem for the Titans management. Getting a team together for that first game next Wednesday.
Oh, De Villiers was aiming more mid-on there, and the ball squirted out to cover. So an over from Janker Smith That got better and better. 76 for 4.
Titans opted for Khalim to start this morning. Also, a good option would have been Jansen. Around the wicket to both right-handers. First innings, Jansen completely got rid of de Villiers with an excellent delivery.
I suppose the thinking might be that Khalim is at his most effective when there's a bit of swing around. Can move it both ways. That one coming back into the right hander, a bit edgy down to fine leg. And I guess if there is going to be swing on offer this morning, it's going to be in this first half an hour, 45 minutes maybe. As we were saying, it's a beautiful day there. Not a cloud in the sky from our vantage point in the main grandstand, looking south. And a bit warmer than it's been the last 2 days as well. Well, we've had 14 deliveries now this morning. Nothing really zipping through quite as much as it did yesterday evening. Well, I heard a noise, but couldn't have been the bat.
A good delivery by Khalim. Just on that fifth stump line. It's more of a hustle this morning, getting back to his mark. He's Khalim. The Titans in deep trouble regarding their over rate.
Nine overs behind, I believe, which translates to 9 points, 9 log points being docked. This is excellent bowling by Dayan Khalim. He's really troubling Matthew de Villiers with the one coming back into him. And I reckon there might be an away swinger coming soon. Khalim will try and pitch it maybe just outside the off stump. De Villiers will want to have a go. Nicely played by de Villiers. There was another in-swinger, but balance was good. And very nicely driven down the ground for the first boundary of the day.
Yeah, it's a great shot. He's been tested this whole over. The moment he got that full one, he just punched it straight past the umpire for 4. Full phase of the bat. And good balance.
The lead now 97 for the Warriors. They'll be happy and feel that they can start building on a decent lead when they get to 3 figures in terms of the lead. Janke Smit continues. Good fielding by Rivaldo Moonsamy. 2 slips and a gully, and then a ring of 3 fielders saving one on the offside is a mid-wicket, a mid-on, and a fine leg. There we go. Here's the bounce and a bit of energy just outside off stump. Good follow-up by Smith.
Yeah, there's so much time left in this game. From a batting perspective, is that you don't need to do anything apart from waiting for the bowlers to come to you.
Yes, I'd say ideally the Warriors want to still be batting at tea today. Maybe only think about having the Titans into bat, in that last session, maybe a few overs before Stumps. 96 overs left today, so if they bat for 85 overs, things go well, let's say they go 3 and over, that's 270 added to this, that's a lead of 360. So
a nice little punch. And this first session will set it up. If they can get through this first session without losing any wickets, we would think that they'll be around the 150, 160 mark at lunch. That will set up a nice foundation for them in that second session.
Yeah, with wickets in hand, you can kind of target 100 runs a session. I don't think the Warriors will think about declaring with any sort of lead less than 300. No ball, called by umpire Shazi.
Yeah, both first innings for the Titans Warriors below 250, so 300 would be really up there. Day 4 wicket. This third innings will tell us a lot. It will give us a lot of information in how this wicket is playing. Is it getting better? Is it deteriorating? Lack of bounce. So this third innings will indicate in terms of what would be par. Also, on the other hand, how many overs do you need to get 10 wickets?
I would think 3.5 sessions should be more than enough.
Now 300 in 100 overs. That would be an interesting scenario. Bowling team will give themselves enough overs. That should be enough overs to get 10 wickets. The required run rate of 3 runs per over would be a nice little carrot for the Titans to chase. However, the run rate achieved throughout this match so far, that's a nice looking drive. Poor fielding. You don't need that. That's bonus runs for De Villiers.
Coco Shabana just misjudging there. Has blemished what's been a very good over by Diane Khalim again. The Titans, of course, are desperate to win this after 3 games, bottom of the log. Probably going to get some sort of overrate penalty, so they need those 16 winning points. So there's an incentive for them to chase the carrot a bit. Inside edged onto pad. A firm no from umpire Tokazizi Shesi. No more needs to be said.
I mentioned that run rate achieved so far throughout this game has been under 3s. So setting a target around the 3.2. Could set up a nice game. It's the end of the over. 6 runs off that over. That lead is now 103.
I think what we're both agreeing on is that a draw is actually pretty unlikely now, unless there's bad weather tomorrow.
That's a good start. Nice Smith.
Nicely cut away by De Villiers. Picked his gap nicely and well played too.
That's a loose delivery from Janku Smith. Just dragged it down a touch. The width was there. Solid start by the Warriors this morning with a bat. Back on it. Partnership 32 between Shelley and De Villiers.
So far the ball hasn't done a huge amount this morning, has it? It looks more of a batting morning than either of the two preceding mornings. As we see, mid-wicket is going out to a deep square leg, not on the boundary, but 15 metres in.
Yeah, there's not much on the ball. I agree. It's going to take some really, really hard, disciplined work from the bowlers.
Controlled pull by de Villiers out to that deep square leg. 2 in the over, 92 for 4. This partnership now worth 33, so a good one between Kashile and de Villiers. They've added 19 already this morning in just 6 overs, so off to a fluent start after a few early testers.
Yeah, very positive start. There's a sense of desperation to get this first wicket breakthrough to bowl the Warriors out, but you have to be patient still. Especially the inexperienced bowlers like Janku Smith will have to stay patient, because if you're not, there is a possibility that you're going to leak.
I was just going to say that given how easy pace the pitches looked this morning, I don't think we're quite at a war of attrition, but I do think the Titans do need to be very disciplined and very patient, as you say, and even if they just stick to just outside off stump, and even if the batsmen leave a lot, I think the most important thing is that run rate this morning.
That's a good single.
Uppishly for a little while off the toes by Kashile, but in the gap and 4.
It's just too straight. Clip through mid wicket with ease.
Bit of bottom hand coming through on the drive there, hence the mistimed effort to mid-off. Came back a bit that one. Bit of a brave leave by Koshile to end the over 97 for 4. The lead is 113.
There's definitely not that movement we've seen over the first 2 days. For me, that means that it's now a patience game. It's really just that last delivery is going to be the delivery that you need to bowl for very long, because you're going to get that one that's just going to do something off the surface. That's a great delivery. It also keeps the batsman honest, because you start feeling good about yourself. You know, the ball is coming off nicely and you're feeling good, and then you get one of those. Just look at that. So it just keeps you honest. And I also enjoy this field. It's a orthodox field with 2 slips and a gully. There's a mid wicket. No deep square, no deep point on the boundary. And this field is demanding for the bowlers just to hit that top of off.
We were talking on the first day about how field placings are a bit like body language. They send a message to the opposition. And I like this. It speaks to kind of pressure, doesn't it? It speaks to, we're coming for you. There's no easy ones. And as long as the bowler does his job and sticks to that line, that offside line, it'll be tough to score.
It's excellent bowling. Because ultimately what you're doing right now with this field placing and with that top of off delivery is you waiting for the batsman to make a mistake.
Yeah, and as much as the Warriors know that they've got a lot of time, it will still be in the back of their minds that this is the third innings, and you know, they're kind of responsible for making a play. They've got to set a target, so you know they can't just not score at all. There will be an effort to break the shackles at some stage, as the 36th over comes to an end, 97 for 4. Warriors will be very happy. First half hour has come and gone, and no wickets lost as of yet. Kashila has shown some good judgment on the leaves. A couple of tight ones.
Yeah, rotation of the seam bowlers is also going to be a factor. When do you bring the left arm spinner Brunt into the attack? To try and keep one end quiet, rotate from the other end with your seamers.
A little bit of shape back into the right-hander there from Khalim. I think Sibonela Makanya might bowl a few overs today as well, Pierre.
Yeah, he bowled a good spell last night. Very good spell.
So another good over from Diane Khalim. Another maiden comes to an end, 97 for 4. And we've now had back-to-back maiden overs from the Momentum Multiply Titans. So a bit of pressure building. And with that, we're going to see a change of bowling. Duan Jansen coming on to bowl. The destroyer in the first innings, you'll see at the top of your screen there, 5 for 39. And also a change in commentary. It's a very great pleasure to welcome Zimbabwe international and a figure well known in domestic circles in South Africa as well, Sean Myers.
Ken, it is so good to be back, and what a game this is always got to be. Very much in the balance and almost a guaranteed result. And a good start, tied lane, given it's not too much going on with the ball, so that movement.
Yeah, certainly this morning has looked the most comfortable morning for batting that we've had. First morning the ball did quite a lot, as you'd expect. It was overcast, quite a lot of green grass on the pitch.
Jansen bowling a hard leg, using his height to his advantage. He was the destroyer in the first innings, and just taking advantage of the conditions, making life very difficult for the Dafabet Warriors.
Yeah, that's the thing with a left arm quick when conditions do suit, and he's able to swing it both ways as Jansen can. It does make life difficult.
A short one, and gets away with it. That brings a welcome boundary for the Warriors, taking their lead even further, but didn't look too comfortable.
Off the glove, I fancy, and between the wicketkeeper and the leg slip. So, lucky escape for Matthew de Villiers. Let's have another look here.
The change in bowling almost almost got the result they were looking for. Just between the two fielders. But it's a good sign for the momentum multiply Titans. They know that they need a wicket, and this could be the time for them. And another close one there. Jansen asking all sorts of questions to de Villiers.
Well, he started well, hasn't he? Wasn't much going on with the ball for Smith and Diane Khalim. They bowled well. I'm not being critical. But the surface certainly seems to have settled down. But Jansen with that extra height and the left arm variation, just suddenly asking a few different questions. And a very promising start for him.
And it's off the helmet. Jansen asking the right questions. And I guess with the limited lateral movement, this is what you're going to be getting. A lot of chin music, taking advantage of the conditions here in the high felt. I mean, it's a good wicket for the batters. But Jansen, I'd say, just adding that X factor.
And I like him bowling from the Henops River end, because that's the end where there's been a bit of extra bounce and a bit of it up and down as well, bowling from this end. And you see that one maybe not getting up as much as de Villiers expected.
De Villiers.
Very nicely nodded into the top right corner.
De Villiers did well to get his hands out of the way. But yes, as protocols dictate, and blow to the head, he must be checked out by the physio, who's taking some time to get out there. But he does. We do need to make sure that the player's all right, stay in the game. De Villiers has started off this day well for the Warriors, adding a little bit of resistance for the Titans. They want a wicket. They need a wicket. They want to get through this lineup as quickly as possible. But de Villiers does look quite comfortable. Doesn't look too jaded by it.
Titans, with their massive overrate problem, won't be too thrilled by this. They do, of course, get an allowance. The match referee, Gerry Pienaar, will note the time when the physio was called and when play was able to resume, and that will be taken into account for the calculation of the Titans' overrate. See there, he's just having to follow the finger now. Make sure the eyes are working properly in the skull.
As someone who's had a few concussions, I can tell you those are extremely important questions, especially if you're going to be facing bowlers like Jansen, who are coming in, bowling from the Henops River end, where it is extra bounce. He does add I'd say, an extra line of attack coming from so high up. But de Villiers looking comfortable. I'd say that's the beauty of modern day technology, those helmets keeping players safe.
I hope all of those concussions were cricket or hockey related, Sean.
Every single one has been cricket related.
You guys are already 2 days behind.
You must duck or hook, Sean.
I would just say make contact.
4-leg bars.
I'll say there hasn't been a leg by. It's either hit or it's hit me and gone nowhere.
You need to get a better helmet. I mean, if you're going to get hit on the head, you might as well get 4-leg bars out of the deal.
I would say it hits me square. It doesn't skim off.
That sounds like a shape of the helmet problem. Reminds me of my school days. We were playing at Maritzburg College, and it's not difficult to hit me on the head. and I pushed forward and one popped a bit, and it just skimmed. I wasn't wearing a helmet. It just skimmed onto my forehead and over the top of the keeper for 4-leg byes. Except the umpire gave me runs. Which obviously I was very happy about. And I got to the other end, and he asked me, "You got a scratch on that, son, didn't you?"
Well, I can confirm that the only scratch you may have is on your forehead. But that's the end of the over. And what an eventful over it was. The first over from Jansen after today. The score is 105 for 4.
Titans will be happy with that first over by Jansen. They would have been feeling a little bit concerned that the first 40-odd minutes had come and gone and no wicket and not a huge amount of chances created. There were some good deliveries that beat the bat. But Duan Jansen just seems to be bringing a little bit extra there, a little bit something different. And promising signs for him. And the Titans are now going to turn to spin from the West Lane end, the left-arm orthodox of Neil Brunt.
I think this is a good change of bowling, especially given the contrast of Jansen and Brunt, who's coming both left armers but bowl very differently. And given the overrate issues, spin should help them catch up. And just fielding off his own bowling. Good start. I'd say a little bit too full in my opinion. But getting away with it. It's outside off and just driven through the covers, but some work for the cover sweeper fielder. And the scoreboard is just ticking on. The Warriors in a very good position here. Won't say not too much spin on offer yet.
No!
But that is a better line, better length from Brunt. And that's where he'd want to keep it. Just keep asking questions. Keep the wickets in play throughout his spell.
There's a healthy covering of grass on the pitch, which is now more brown than green. So perhaps it might grip a bit. That was just too short and short and wide from Brunt. And punished by Sinitem Kashile. And I think that's his first boundary of the day.
And what a way to bring it. New bowler comes on and is under pressure straight away. That's 6 runs in the over, not the start Brunt would have wanted. Short, wide, it's basically a gimme. And back on the money, bowling. A good line, good length. And that brings the end of the over. And that's Nelson for the loss of 4 wickets.
Neil Brunt can't really afford to be bowling that one bad ball and over in this match situation. Otherwise, he's not really going to be creating any pressure. And there you see the card for the Dafabet Warriors, leading by 18 runs on the first innings. And they were rocked up front by Janko Smith. He got the first 2 wickets, in fact, Jordan Herman and Muhammad Manak. Subhanela Makanya chipped in with the wicket of J.P. King. And then late in the day, Lesego Kokotlabana getting rid of the obdurate Modiri Deteko.
Jansen continuing from the Hennis River end. And just bowling that hard length. He's making it very clear that it's going to be very difficult to say, climb into the ball and jump in on the front foot. Saying, right, you're going to play very square of the wicket. And his field set is almost dictating that. Got a deep square, fine leg on the boundary, and a cover, or say deep point. Basically saying, well, it's going to be some chin music here. He's changing his angle of attack to Kusile. Just coming over, just left arm over, getting the ball to go across him. That's not a bad option.
And he's shown he does have the ability to swing it back into the right-hander. We haven't really seen much swing today, though. It doesn't really feel like a swing day, does it?
It's a stunning day here at SuperSport Park. Blue skies, great weather, cool breeze. And there you have it, the short one. Just aiming for the ribs, and I'd say managed well. So just the questions you want to ask is this the way they're going to get the wicket? The contrast between Brunt and Jansen. Is this the pressure that we're looking for? And there you have it, the chin music, something. It sounded like there was something on it, but it was sounding very soft. And I think deep square leg and fine leg are definitely in the game with this game plan.
As was wicketkeeper Lion Cachet. That was a good, quick, straight bouncer. Look at that again. I think you're right, Sean, about the soft noise coming off the forearm.
And just getting out the way, stacking under it. So I like the way he's handling the pressure here. He knows that it's going to be short. He knows that Jansen is attacking him and wants to bowl at his body. And this is a good taste. But this is the wicket that the Titans will be looking for. Just break this partnership and as early and as quickly as possible.
Sean, you touched on it, and especially in this situation where the Titans are needing wickets, especially in this morning session, so important to not just make bowling changes and have people run up and bowl. So important to identify how you're going to get people out. What is the best way in these conditions to get the batters out? And then you make your bowling changes accordingly. And they must have a plan as well. So Neil Brunt must have in his mind here, what are my best chances of getting a wicket on this surface?
Scores 112 for 4. The Warriors lead by 128. Neil Brunt will be looking to, I'd say, he needs to come back, get a little bit more disciplined. And there you have it on the money. Good length, I'd say really good pace, good contrast.
Yeah, even if the plan is not necessarily for Neil Brunt to take wickets, the surface is not the most conducive for a spinner, but then he must have a plan to hold, to stop the Warriors from scoring.
He has to be miserly. That's the only way that, for one, it will, I'd say, reduce the number of overs they're behind, given how quickly the spinners can get through their overs. But, say, Jansen looks more threatening in terms of wicket option. And just an easy single. I'd say, a little bit too short, just easy just to knock it into the leg side. But essentially, Ken, you're right. they do need to find a way to break the shackles. Get some inroads into this Warriors batting lineup. And that's a single to end the 41st over. 2 runs off that over. Much better from Neil Brunt. Score is 114 for 4. Jansen coming back into the attack. I don't think the plan will change. He will continue to bowl short and bowl a hard length, not giving any room at all for the batters to play around with. And I do think at least one ball in the over, he will want to bowl a little bit fuller, attack the stumps, get some doubt in the batter's mind. Do you come forward? Can you commit to coming forward a lot more?
A bit like that, yeah. With the angle across the right-hander, getting him caught behind the wicket is definitely one of the options. But maybe take away the feet first with a few short pitch deliveries, drive the batsman back, get him defending off that back foot.
Probably says he's going to try and hit him in the head again.
Always an option for the fast bowler.
And well left. That was, I'd say, the epitome of some good cricket. Good ball, good line, good length, well left. So this is what you want to see: a good competition, a good battle between batter and bowler.
Yeah, Kashila has only added 15 runs to his tally this morning, but he's left well. It's been a feature of his batting this morning. Good judgment outside the off stump.
And there you have the fuller one. Kushile managing it well. I like the thinking here. He knows he's under pressure. Jansen is bowling well, and he's just managing the situation. They know that Brunt is the bowler. If they are to get runs, that's who they can get runs from. But Jansen changing his angle of attack now, coming around the wicket. And there's a field set change with short leg going in front, a leg slip coming in. I do think the short one is coming. Or could be the bluff. And an appeal, but it did sound very soft coming off the thigh pad. Goshile, as you say, leaving well.
Not the most convincing appeal by the Titans. Stephen Harris is a very experienced umpire. There's no ways he was going to fall for that one.
And the short one to... That's like, keep him honest. Keep them honest. That would be the plan. But I do like the Jansen coming around, not giving any room, forcing the batters to play, no matter what. Putting some doubt. But these two have been in there for a while. 55-run partnerships so far. And that brings us to the end of the over. Score is 114 for 4. With the Warriors leading by 130 runs.
Duan Jansen looks equally comfortable coming over the wicket or around the wicket, which just adds to his wicket-taking options. It's been a good start by him with the ball today. Still wicketless in this innings.
Neil Brunt continuing. I do think with Brunt getting his rhythm, getting his lines, getting his lengths, I think this will create a little bit more pressure. The batters are struggling to score against Jansen, and so tighter lines and tighter lengths will make it even harder for them to keep the scoreboard ticking. They will know at some stage they will have to expand their game, go after a bowler, and Brunt seems to be the likely option. But the pace he's bowling, when he does bowl a good ball, the lines and lengths, it will be difficult. But they have to find a way to, I'd say, stop the singles. He does have a very leg side heavy field. So is that the option? Bowl a lot straighter?
It looks like the batsman can kind of milk Brunt comfortably. Sibanela Makanya might have been an option just to do a holding roll from this end. Nicely fielded, but with the Titans' over rate problems, perhaps Brunt will be hopefully through his overs a bit quicker than Makanya.
That's what you want. You want to go through the overs as quickly as possible, but there's too many opportunities, and this was a particularly fast over. Another over where Brunt has gone for 2. The score's 117 for 4. It is a fast over. It does help the Titans, but it's not, I'd say, adding any pressure, really.
That's the problem. Too easy just to milk the runs. 3 runs off that over without really too much effort, certainly no risk.
I'd say this is De Villiers hasn't been on strike. The first 2 overs, the last 2 overs that Jansen has bowled this morning. And there you have it. He's making it clear. It's going to be short. This is where he's starting. And I do like that he started around the wicket to De Villiers. Not over, not giving him any room.
Well, in the first innings, he bowled De Villiers with an absolutely superb delivery from around the wicket, coming from really wide as well. And it jagged back off the pitch as well. So, back of both of their minds, I would say, that delivery. Yeah, you saw there, Jansen, not just around the wicket, but also just inside the return crease. So he's almost bowling from extra cover.
And that does add some doubt as a batter, because you think you can play through the covers, but it does come in so much at that angle, at that height, with the reach he has. It can make your life very difficult, and I'm not surprised that ball, that will be the ball that got De Villiers out in the first innings, will be on his mind. Well, that one carried.
And well played by De Villiers. He could have easily prodded at that run a bit, but got everything out the way well.
Just the continued pressure, just building up, and just needs a little bit more support on the other end. Almost want Brunt to, I'd say, ask them to hit you, ask them to try and take you on a little bit more.
No!
It's a difficult surface for the spinner, though. There's not much in it for him, and yeah, ideal world, I think the Titans would want Makanya bowling. That would be the, just bowling wicket to wicket. No great pace to work with. but he does nip it around a bit as well. Got a good wicket last night, had JP King caught in the slips.
Change in angle again. Jansen coming over the wicket. And 2 slips a gully. Looking to go across the right-hander. And just knocked down to deep point. Making it look particularly easy this morning. Both of them.
First hour has come and gone, and yeah, it looks comfortable. A few plays and misses, but nothing really very alarming for them at the moment.
The fuller delivery. Expecting the shorter one. But some good running from the batters. Managing to get 2. That's the attacking and running you want to be seeing from them as this brings a close to the first hour, and it is drinks. The score is 122 for 4, with the Warriors taking their lead to 138.
So there's the match situation. You see there, Matthew de Villiers and Sinetemba Kakile have done a great job this morning. They've taken their partnership to 63 and have denied the Titans any success this morning at all. We're going to have a 2-minute break, and when you come back, it'll be the international cricketer commentating with the international coach.
The players enjoyed a welcome drink. 122 for 4. Healthy partnership of 63 between these two batters. Brunt is going to continue.
So some good pace, just holding it, forcing the batters to want to play at the ball. Good line. So the length a little bit fuller than I would have expected.
Yeah, another full delivery. Brunt is going to have to play a very big role for the Titans here, and that is on this surface. You're not going to get a lot of turn, but it's all about keeping this end very quiet, so you can strike from the other end to the seam bowlers. That's too straight, too easy. And the Warriors on the other end will be very happy just to rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking. 140 lead now, so technically 140 for 4.
So the key is obviously to hold, just keep it very quiet. But the batters both look very, very comfortable. So what would be Brunt's plan? Would he vary his pace, especially on a wicket like this?
That's going to be key. You look at his field. He's got a one-day format field placing. At the moment, he's not getting that area. He's now been cut. That's end of the over. So that's going to be the key, is for him to be able to keep one end quiet, is to find that right length. And then when you find that area, is to then tweak your pace a little bit here and there. Ultimately, you can't keep on bringing your seamers back from both ends, because it's going to be a long day.
Yes, and the Titans are already overs behind. They will be dock points, so they are looking for a result, and a result to go their way. So I wouldn't say not the most ideal situation for the Titans, but they do need a wicket.
Yeah, normally on the first hour, third day, your seamers are fresh. You would hope for that breakthrough. They haven't had that yet. So there's a bit of frustration that's building for the Titans. Forced bowling changes. There's the outside edge, but there's no second slip. And it's gone for another boundary.
Just as Jansen has changed the field set, second slip went to leg slip. The opportunity comes. This is the second time that this has happened. He had it earlier in innings, and there you have it. Would have gone to second slip. Jansen giving the opportunities, but doesn't seem like anything is going the way of the Titans this morning.
That's the frustration that's building, especially what we've just seen there. That second slip moved to leg slip. It just gone straight to a second slip fielder. Short, pulled away. Just going to be the one.
That's how you want to bat. Get a boundary. Straight after boundary, just get off strike.
That's good batting. Low risk option. Not a lot of pace in this wicket there, we can see. Perhaps went down.
But, from the outside looking in, any bowler would be saying that's a catch. That's a wicket. Regardless of where second slip would normally stand, they'd be saying to myself, I could have got a wicket.
This time around over the wicket to Kashele. Just looking to take the ball across the right-hander. 2 slips now in position, 2 slips in the gully. Short leg, quite fine, quite deep. There was a real buzz the first half an hour this morning from the Titans.
Janku Smith was bowling very tight, very disciplined. And that full one. So we haven't seen too many full balls coming from Jansen.
We haven't. And is it one of those situations where you're now just, trying a few things, trying the full ball, the short ball? Ultimately, you've got to stay with that patience plan. That run rate has gone up to 2.9. So that means there's a bit of momentum on the Warriors side at the moment. They've got a nice flow. There's easy singles that they're picking up at the moment.
And still looking to bowl that, I'd say that hard length. I'd say that looks like the key. Just that length for Jansen. He does come from very high up. He's a tall lad. And I'd say just cramp them. There's the angle he's coming at to de Villiers, that he just wants to cramp him up for room, get him, I'd say, playing, put the leg slip in play as well.
Two different plans, two batters. This one is more into the body type of bowling, hard lengths. Like you say, to get that leg slip in play. End of the over, 131 for 4.
So speaking of the use of spin, how many overs of spin would Neil Brunt be looking at bowling, especially in this phase of the game? Is it, with how free the Warriors are scoring, would this be an ideal? I know that there are overs behind, but is this an ideal plan to have him bowl this many?
If he can keep it quiet, unfortunately for him, he's going to have to bowl as many overs from this end.
I think that's a better line. I quite like that line, just forcing him to play a lot straighter. But just as you say, that length, he has to find that length.
There's the perfect delivery. There's 3 dots to start off with. Just for a moment, that ball was in the air. Pushed hard at it, Kashele.
So that's the second ball where he's hit that length. Would you say that he's getting his rhythm and he's finally finding it?
Yes, you can see that now. This is a much better over. He has nailed that line, but the last 4 deliveries, he's got that length. There, that's nice. That's good fielding as well. That will help.
That's what you want to be seeing. Fielders throwing themselves around, putting the batters under pressure. That is a much needed maiden over from Brunt. It's the end of the over, and scores 131 for 4. So 2 slips and a gully. It does look like second slip is standing a lot closer than a conventional second slip. Would you say that was just from the previous ball where it dropped a little bit short?
It's been the nature of this wicket throughout the game so far. Even on day one, a couple of balls, bounced short of the slip fielders. This ball is also now in its 48th over, so it's getting softer. You need to make sure that the good ball that is being defended, getting the outside edge, you give yourself a chance to catch that, because the wicket, you can see the wicket now as well, it's flat. It's a flat wicket. The ball is getting older. You've got to give yourself the best chance. As we can see with that second slip nice and close.
So would it be a good idea to maybe change who comes from Jansen's end? Maybe have Brunt and Makanya bowl together?
I would leave Brunt now just to settle in from this end. They're more your container type of bowlers, Brunt and Makanya. You have to use your strike bowlers clever, and that's going to be the rotation from that side. Halim probably the next to follow, Jansen from the Henops River end, followed by Janku Smith. That would be the recipe right now for the Titans.
Yes, it does look very comfortable for the batters at the moment.
Easy single with point on the boundary. It also shows that it's a good cricket wicket. It's if you get yourself in as a batter, we've already seen 100 in this game with Brietska, and he had the most difficult surface, and he got 100. I look at this wicket now, and I see that as a batter, you get yourself in here, you can really cash in. It's a partnership that's growing, 73 now. Two batsmen, they've got a nice foundation. There's no swing at all. I haven't seen that variable bounce yet that we normally see at SuperSport Park, especially day 3. So the Warriors batters will have that information in terms of what is a minimum total that they need to be able to defend. On the other hand, the Titans batters will say, this wicket is flat. We can chase something down, yeah. Touch too straight.
And with that said, the variable bounce, we do know that SuperSport Park, especially as we go deeper into the match, we know that it is known for variable bounce. So the Warriors probably would want to, say, call it once they know what their minimum is, and once that variable bounce comes into play, so they can make inroads early into the Titans lineup. It's the end of the over, 133 for 4.
Now the change room of the Warriors, more relaxed now. Next in, Patrick Creer. He's got a lot of experience. Got 35 in the first innings. Looked really good. Nyanda just got the 1. So the Warriors, they're going to rely on this partnership. And Kruger, that's next in, to get themselves into a safe position. And that safe position is the one we say, we shouldn't lose the game anymore. We can only win this game.
It's a change in bowler. Brunt, a surprising change. Brunt will be taking a break, and Lesego Hlabana will be coming into the attack.
He got a vital wicket last night just before Stumps. Skiddy. Angles the ball into the right-hander. Oh, that is a very, very well-judged single.
You can see they know exactly what they're trying to do. The batters seem very comfortable. So it wasn't actually a bad ball. Good line, good length. He's fresh. So maybe fielders a little bit on their heels there.
Koko Hlabana, he's making his debut, so there's going to be some nerves, but he was so happy when he got that wicket late last night. That's his danger weapon that he's got, the skiddy ball that angles into the right-hander. It's just at times where he loses his wrist position and it goes too straight. But so far, it's a good start.
Yes, that's the only time we've seen De Villiers, say in the last hour, that looks a little bit uncomfortable, where the ball's coming off the inside edge. I guess that's what you want. New bowlers coming into the attack, asking questions, bowling some good lines, some good lengths. And it's the man on debut who wants to make a mark, be in the game, and on starting 11 in the next match.
So a bit of lack of bounce.
It was wide, but I think that you saw that variable bounce. You'd want it a little bit straighter, ask even more questions. So how much is enough? Can you bowl the Titans out and get the results that you want if you're in the Warriors camp? And if you're in the Titans, you know if you stay there long enough, you'll be able to get the result you want.
It's a nice attacking line, but also well played. Straight bat, not trying to flick that line. Shelley also batting out of his crease.
I think just to force him to change, bringing the length back. But given how this wicket has played, it's looking so good. I know in the morning the Warriors would have thought of a different minimum than what they have now, and they're just seeing how these two have just knuckled down, dug their heels in, looking comfortable. What would be a defendable total on this wicket?
Well, it's runs versus time. There's lots of time left in this game. So that's where you're going to find that balance in runs on the board versus how many overs left. That's beaten the outside edge. Decent over from Koko Glabana. Just the 2 runs. The Warriors would also need enough overs to get 10 wickets. Those discussions will probably start around lunchtime. Just start those conversations in what it looks like, but they're not safe yet. By no means. 135 for 4 can easily become 150 for 6. Change of ends for Neil Brunt. Now he's going to operate from the Henops River end.
Similar field set to before, so not too many changes. This could be the change that was needed all along.
Well, it's a poor delivery to start off with. Lancashire did well to get anything on that wide ball.
Saved it from probably going for four buys. And a good comeback.
Good comeback. He's very good off his own bowling. Is Neil Brunt. That wasn't the length to cut. Also, lack of bounce. Another good take from the young Lion Cachet. Now, that is a very poor delivery. He's disappointed with himself. No protection on the deep mid-wicket boundary.
Easy as you like. Down to the boundary. He knew as soon as he hit it that once he got past the mid-wicket fielder, it was going to be 4 all day. It was a full toss. At this level, you know you can't be bowling there.
He's struggling again with that length. That one too full again. Is there a run out chance? No. Good running. Good understanding between these two batters.
The early call was the difference. They know for a fact they are well in control of this innings, and they want to stay in control of this innings. It's the end of the over, 142 for 4. The run rate is creeping up. Not ideal for the Titans at all. They want to stop the scoring rate, to put them under pressure, put the Warriors batters under pressure, but it's not quite working out. But Koko Tlhabana has come in. He has asked some questions, had a decent first over. I'd say he is raring to go. And it's a good time for him to bowl. The ball is softer, a little bit older. So maybe this is what the Titans need, just something different.
A good start again. Bearing in mind the lush outfield and the square that has got a good grass cover. I'd like to see the Titans trying to see if they can work on that ball to get some reverse swing. Tlhabana is the perfect bowler to get some reverse swing as well. That's cut. It's too wide, but straight to the fielder.
Hitting some good areas, owning to his field. I think we would want to attack the batters a little bit more.
You've got to attack that off stump, top of off. That's your attacking line. That's also how he got his wicket last night, LBW. I don't think Kashele expected that short ball. It was skiddy. He was well in control of his shot.
It's nice to know that he has those options. It was well directed. I mean, well played. Some really good cricket from both the batter and the bowler. I just don't think he expected it. Yes, something to, as a batter, I know, having that extra thought, you're looking comfortable on the front foot and playing very positive, and then all of a sudden, this short one comes in. Can be a little bit of a surprise, but well handled.
Especially when you know that Kashele is batting out of his crease. Again, he tried that one, just completely lost his action.
Does seem that the Titans bowlers are looking to bowl a lot shorter? Is that just because, I'd say, the conditions, there's a lot less lateral movement? Or are we saying that this is the best way to, I would say, rattle these two batters?
Look, I think it is a tactic that can work, because the conditions is now in the favour of the batters. And there's no doubt about that. So to try something in terms of the short ball is an option. And what you want to do with that is, it's not necessarily going to bring you a wicket with a short ball, but it's pushing the batsman back. And that's all about that follow-up ball, the fuller one, where you catch the the batsman with both feet in the crease. You just don't want to be too predictable with that tactic. That's, again, too wide. Nicely played. End of the over. 145 for 4. And this partnership now is close to 90. Both batters looking comfortable. Shelley, De Villiers 44 of 95 deliveries. Shelley on 36.
Come days. Brunt, wees reg.
De Villiers on strike on 44. So obviously eyeing out converting this 40 into 50 and then taking the game even deeper. I'd say that would be on his mind to, I'd say, extend the lead even further. It's 161 currently. They're going to want at least 250, force the Titans, grind them down.
Yeah, which they are doing well at the moment, especially with those singles, grinding them down. You just get yourself in this position as a batter, Kashele and De Villiers. You'll kick yourself if you don't get 100 on this surface with the ball not doing anything. Easily just punched into that offside vacant area.
You know, they talk about the commentator's curse. You know, you've already spoken about getting that milestone. I think if they don't get there, they will look back and be like, "Oh, coach."
Well, I will apologise then, but it is a fact. They're looking so comfortable at the moment and well in control. They've hardly played a high risk shot. They're rotating well. There's a nice process on the go at the moment for both of them. Another single. Oh, he's made it. Straight to the fielder. Makanya.
The intent is there. They want to take the game on, push to get as many runs as possible. And say some risky running, but also just says to the fielders, you can't be sitting on your heels.
Go!
As I do think Kushile was going to be safe, but there should never have been a single there. 151 for 4, and the lead is 167.
That over went for 6. The previous Brunt over also went for 7.
13 runs, 2 overs. They clearly are seeing that the pressure is coming from the seam bowlers. I understand that the Titans are behind in the over rate, but is this the time to maybe give Brunt a break?
It's going to be a forced decision, and I agree. He's gone for 13 in his last 2 overs. You can't afford that because the game is just, getting away from you. And it's at absolutely no risk. So I won't be surprised if there's going to be a change from the Henops River end. Kokohlabana is going to continue. Touch too straight. And that run rate now is also touching on 3 runs per over, where it was below 2.5 earlier this morning.
Would you say it's fatigue setting in, or is it just these two batters have taken the pressure and are just grinding the bowlers?
Well, it shouldn't be fatigue. They should be ultra fit. Now, I think it's just the conditions. It's really tough now for bowlers to get anything out of this wicket. Let's look at that shot. I know it's not a great delivery. It's challenging from a conditioning point of view. And that's De Villiers, a well played 50. His 5th first class 50. And it came at a very good time for the Warriors after they found themselves into a bit of trouble at Stumps last night.
He has absorbed pressure. He has made sure that he is there for his team to bring some stability to this innings, taking the lead to 170 runs. So he has been a champion of that.
Short wide. Now, Daryl Cullinan always told us as captain, if you want to get a first class 100, be prepared to face 200 balls. So De Villiers is well on track with that. Strike rate of 50. Face another 99 balls and you'll have 100. Easy as that.
I don't think anybody will say that this format of the game is very easy.
200 balls, that's not a lot. Oh, that's one stayed low. That good signs for the Titans or good signs for the Warriors? I don't know.
So that is a very good ball, especially with cover coming in a lot closer. Knowing the intent that Goshile has, he wants to knock it around. Intent with his running, but what a ball from Kokohlabana. These are the questions that the Titans want. Break this partnership as soon as possible.
Another cut.
Partnership of 97 runs. These two really have come together really well. They have a good understanding of each other. And I don't know. I look at De Villiers, and after he got his 50, even though the cut was short and wide, there was just a little bit more intent. You can see he wants to score runs. And as you said, if you don't get 100 on this track,
You'll kick yourself. Honestly. It's sluggish bowling, to say the least. It's short and wide again. Another 6-run over for the Warriors. And worrying times for the Titans. They're not able to, number one, get a breakthrough. And the second challenge that they're sitting with is to now control that run rate, which is now reach 3 runs per over.
Go, Kev. Wait on.
Another very well taken single.
Come lads, come lads. Stay with us, Pego. Stay with us. 5 minutes, boy. Lost my mark. Catch.
They're looking for 2, but they're going to get 4, and that's the 100-run partnership between Kashele and De Villiers. Came off 189 deliveries, 10 boundaries in that partnership of 103.
Wonderful partnership between Kashile and De Villiers. And their good work actually started last night when conditions were a lot tougher.
These 2 batters, they're just playing one-day cricket here, Ken. Going at a healthy rate. Last few overs have gone for 6 runs plus. Comes at a low-risk approach as well. Reminds me of those middle overs in a one-day game.
Exactly, just milking the spinner. Coco Tlabana struggling a bit from the other end. Not sure, if Coco Tlabana's bowling. Over rate's obviously not a factor there. Shouldn't Makanya be bowling rather? Harder to score off. I guess the only positive for the Titans here, because it's been a very disappointing morning for them. No breakthroughs at all. The pitch just looks wonderful to bat on now. The only positive is that when they do come into bat for the 4th innings, it's going to be tough for the Warriors bowlers as well.
Yeah.
One hopes.
100%.
At altitude, ball flies around here. It's difficult to stop runs. I guess the only concern for the Titans is just how up and down the pitch will get tomorrow.
Khalim in the attack.
Done warming up now.
That's been the problem for the Titans, is that your good deliveries now are going for singles.
2 little things, but very important things that Sinatem Kashile has done so well this morning. He left very well early in the piece until he got himself comfortably settled, and his running between the wickets has been really good. I mean, he's just been so alert to fielders on their heels, just always looking for that quick one.
And your running is as good as the partner that's running with you. That understanding between these two is something that stands out for me.
It's interesting because De Villiers is still in the early stages of his career. I'm sure he's batted a few times with Krishila in the middle order, but probably not extensively.
It's short. Comfortably played. Straight to square leg on the boundary.
De Villiers is playing just his 9th game for the Warriors.
Yeah, there's the change in the field. They have to realise that those singles are way too easy, straight to point.
It requires a mindset switch, doesn't it, for the Titans, that they would have started this morning thinking wickets and hoping that there was more in the pitch. They didn't bowl badly. And now they've got to, not quite damage control, but as you likened it to a one-day game, it's that sort of thing. You don't want to now give easy runs away. You've got to try and build pressure through dot balls.
It's going to be a no ball. And crucial for the bowling unit and any bowling unit to embrace these situations. And the situation is saying that it's tough. The ball is old, 55 overs old. The wicket is an absolute belter at the moment. You've got to ask for the ball. You've got to literally say to the captain, give me the ball. On the other side, you're going to try and create something, maybe some reverse swing. How can we get reverse swing on this ball? Let's get someone to work on one side of the ball. Fielders, let's get the ball in on the bounce.
Everything's so lush though on the square. Look, the pitch is certainly a bit more abrasive than it was at the start of the game. Maybe the best way is to toss up a pie and try and get it hit onto the concrete somewhere outside the ground. There was a great story Chris Morris told me about a Titans game at Newlands, actually, when a one-day game. Western Province were cruising. There was something like 230 for 3 with 10 overs left. And I think it was Rory. No, it wouldn't have been Rory Kleinfeld that high up, but someone smashed the ball out the ground. And Chris Morris was brought on to bowl and suddenly noticed it'd been a bit taken out of the ball. It was a bit gouged up. And it suddenly started reversing like crazy. And they got the last 7 wickets for 40 runs or so, 50 runs, and chased down the target.
What happened to the ball, Ken? More importantly.
Well, the Titans couldn't believe that the umpires didn't change it. They were delighted. I mean, they were getting hit around, and okay, we'll bowl with this. We don't mind. You never know, and it did. It suddenly started hooping around.
Well, that's what's needed, yeah.
Yes, Brunt.
168 for 4.
And that lead is 184 already with 6 wickets in hand. So, wow, suddenly a declaration comes into the thinking. And the way the pitch is playing at the moment, you'd think the Warriors might well have to declare just to give themselves enough time to get 10 wickets. There are the Titans' bowling figures. Young Smith has really been superb. 10 overs, 2 for 14. Half of his overs have been maidens.
Oh, nearly to that field there around the corner.
Goes with the slope nicely.
You just heard Khalim talking about the slope there, and I was just thinking we haven't seen much away swing from him today. He's brought the ball back into the right-handers quite nicely, obviously helped by the slope. But really, there hasn't been, I can't really remember any nice away swing today.
I like that line. Now that was a 1 earlier. It's a dot now.
I think a couple of times the Titans fielders have been caught a little bit unawares, a little bit on their heels.
I must admit this morning that I never thought that, I know there's still 10 or 12 minutes left before lunch, but there's not going to be a wicket in this first session.
Just amazing what the new day brings. I mean, the way we ended last night, All was doing a fair bit. Warriors were really under pressure. All changed today. Struck on the pads.
Yes! There's the breakthrough just before lunch. And it's Khalim that's worked really hard. And it's the big wicket of De Villiers for 54.
I just fancied De Villiers was a bit stuck in the crease here. Yeah, there you go. Playing from the crease. Khalim again using the slope and getting it back, come back into the right-hander. I don't think height was an issue. And hitting leg stump for me.
De Villiers played a good innings. Just there with that dismissal, trying to go too square. And a massive breakthrough for the Titans. Which brings Patrick Kruger to the crease. Awkward time to come in 10 minutes before lunch.
Dangerous player, Patrick Kruger. If he has a platform this afternoon, gets himself in, he can score quickly. So what the Titans would give to maybe just try and nip him out before lunch as well.
There's also going to be a bowling change. Just before lunch, Janku Smith back into the attack, replacing Neil Brunt from the Henops River end. And he would like to bowl most of his deliveries to the new batter.
Neil Brunt, 10 overs, 36 runs. So 3.6 to the over. It's well above the average for this match. And for this innings, it's 3.0. Not easy for the spinner in these conditions. Not much to work with. And unfortunately, the Warriors were just able to milk him a little bit too easily.
Great line. Janku Smith's been outstanding. 2 for 14 in 10. Only the 2 wickets for Janku Smith. He'll bowl worse on another day and get 6 wickets.
I was thinking last night he could have got 5 in the spell. That's how well he bowled.
.50 for Kishile. A very well played 50. Comes off 98 deliveries. And his form continues for the Warriors.
It's his 18th half century at this level to go with 300s. He made a lot of half centuries a few years back over a couple of seasons. So much so that the sort of debate about him having a bit of a conversion problem. Batted really well though this morning, Kashile with De Villiers. Just his measured approach though, and just gradually going through the gears. But the way he's taken the quick singles to keep that scoreboard ticking over, very impressive.
Oh, that looks close. Was there bat? I heard two noises. No, there wasn't. Stephen Harris must have thought it was going to miss the leg stump.
I think we'll see Patrick Kruger does step across his stumps a little bit here. I think this is fairly close, to be honest. Probably missing leg stump, but definitely worth an appeal.
And also a good single for the Titans, keeping the new batter on strike.
Center.
Probably the last over before lunch. Right, how much pressure can the Titans put Patrick Kruger under? Is a leg gully in place?
It's that line again. Kruger off the mark.
Given that that's the clear line of attack that Khalim's trying to run it down the slope towards the pads, could the cover have gone and blocked that single, stood in the ring, just to keep Kruger on strike for this over? Work him over a bit. Having no cover could also entice the batsman to try and drive through the covers and maybe leave a gate to go through.
Worth a try. Just before lunch.
Never. Daisy. Not happening. 3 balls, 2 minutes.
No worries, batsmen, they trying their best to make sure that this is the last over. Titans pushing to get another one in. Can you hear the chats? It's a nice looking shot. Oh, that's poor fielding. Really poor fielding from Duan Jansen. Took him a while to get down, the tall man.
Very well worked by Krishile. It was pretty much a middle stump line, and you see Jansen did all the hard work. And then just got those long arms in a bit of a tangle.
Just left alone. End of the over and lunch is called. It's a session that belongs to the Warriors. 176 for 5. Just lost the wicket of De Villiers about 10 minutes before lunch. Kashile is still there. 54 not out. Titans bowlers had to toil really, really hard this morning in this first session on a wicket that is batting friendly, to say the least. And the Warriors, they go to lunch with a lead of 192 runs. Titans, they will be looking to come back after lunch to try and get these 5 wickets as soon as they can. We will see you in around 40 minutes.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night of starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh, words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet I get so? Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh, switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know that's that me espresso. I can't relate.
I'm racing. Well, here it's fine if you got the time and the chance to get just tell me. And here it's fine. Lately, I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. Me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you. New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night of starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh, words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet I get so? Say you can't sleep, baby, I know. That's that me espresso. Move it up, down, left, right, oh. Switch it up like Nintendo. Say you can't sleep, baby, I know. That's that me espresso. I can't relate to
I'm racing. Well, here it's fine if you got the time and the chance to give. Just tell me. And here it's fine. Lately, I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. Me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor
And we're back after the lunch break. The Dafabet Warriors are currently on 176 runs for the loss of 5 wickets. At the crease, we've got Patrick Kruger and Sinetemba Grisile. Bowling is Neil Brunt, and it is a dot ball. And I'm Sean Mayers, and this is Pierre Debray.
Our first session belongs to the Warriors, no doubt about that. Only lost the 1 wicket. Titans looking to find ways to bowl the Warriors out as soon as they can, as quick as they can.
And what a start. Neil Brandt putting Patrick Kruger under pressure. That is, if there's going to be a breakthrough, will be with the new batter in Patrick Kruger. And what a ball that ball was. A very tight field, a scratchy single, but I'd say for the benefit of the Warriors, Patrick Kruger's on the other end.
That's always good when you're in a bit of doubt to get to the non-striker's end.
And a welcome single. I'd say that's what they need, the Warriors right now. Just Gosile, just taking a lot of the pressure. And letting Kruger settle down. That one's cut decisively. It was short, it was wide, and well played by Kruger.
It's the last ball. It was a good over by Neil Brown. Just the last ball, too much width. Used the pace. 182 for 5. That's a foundation. They're not safe by any means yet, the Warriors. They need another big partnership.
Another big partnership will be essential. But can Kokohlabana get another breakthrough? Because the Titans will look to have 2 new batters, especially after lunch. You know, continue. Say that they gained a little bit of momentum, some really good balls before the lunch break. They're feeling a little bit fresh. They'll probably want, say, another wicket to, I'd say, get the buzz going again. Short, wide. And that kicked off a little bit more than expected.
Yeah, that one did. Even Kashele was very surprised to see the extra bounce.
Say that there's that variable bounce that was mentioned earlier, especially coming in on day 3. But I think that is just more, I'd say, coming from the bowler, that just looked a little bit more effort into that one.
During lunch, I had a chat to the groundsman, Brian Bloy. I just said to him, this is an excellent cricket wicket. Overall, day 1 offered quite a lot for the bowlers. As a batter, if you're willing to spend some time out there, you'll be rewarded. Just an excellent cricket wicket all round.
And we've seen some phenomenal cricket here in the morning. A fantastic partnership with Shile and De Villiers. Just absorbing pressure, just setting standards, setting the tone for how this innings is going to, or how this innings is playing out. Just wide. Oshile wanting the second run. I would say he is very, He's a very busy cricketer at the crease. And as you say, he's faced 100 balls, got a 50 odd. Next 100 balls.
No, he's got a start. He wants to convert. He's only got 3 first-class hundreds, 16 50s. So not a good conversion rate for him. Yeah, is an opportunity for him to get to a first-class ton on a very good flat batting wicket.
That's full on leg stump and just whipped to the boundary. Patrick Kruger making that look very simple, but not the best ball from Koko Hlabana.
Now, poor delivery. Full straight.
Just played with such ease.
That was earlier Shelley against Khalim. Poor fielding from Duan Jansen on the boundary.
Much better line and length. Good comeback from Koko Hlabana. So that length, that fuller ball, just searching for the wicket a little bit.
Yeah, I would like to see the batsman come forward a little bit more. We're half a meter short that previous delivery. You want to hit the pads. That's when you're in the game. Drag him forward. That wrist position, which he's been struggling with, just spraying the ball down leg side again, end of the over. It's a good start for the Warriors.
It's a good start that takes their lead. It's currently at 203. They're currently on 187 for the loss of 5 wickets. Definitely in the driver's seat in this innings.
I think it's a 50-50 at the moment. They would know that. Titans, on the other hand, 2 quick wickets here. So it's really in the balance. I think when the Warriors starts getting anything above 280, they would start feeling that they have got control in this game.
And a streaky one just goes past first slip. And that is a welcome boundary for the Dafabet, the Warriors.
What they would have also realized after that first session is that this wicket is playing very well. So they would need more runs, knowing that it's a good batting track.
And there you have it. Brunt has the breakthrough. Koshile trying to cut one that's a little bit too close. Unfortunately, only gets the neck, and a great catch by Keegan Lancaster.
Extra bounce from Neil Brunt. And Kashile, 60 of 110 balls, yet again couldn't convert a start. But it's a huge wicket for the Titans. Straight after lunch, third over after lunch. Getting the batsman that's in. There's that extra bounce. Great take by the young man behind the stumps.
Yes, Koshile alluding to the extra bounce that did beat him, and what a good ball. And it brings an end to what has been a really good innings, a solid innings that to put the Warriors in a position to be 200 runs ahead. He'll be disappointed with himself, as you said. This is a track where he could convert and get another 100. He'll be looking back and, asking himself, why is that shot necessary?
He'll be very disappointed. He's missed out big time from a personal point of view. But also, that's not what the Warriors needed right now.
And coming to the crease is Apiwe Nyanda. He'll be coming in where, as we say, a quick wicket and the game has changed. And he'll be coming in, partnering up with Kruger, but he will want to stay in, bat time. This wicket has shown that the longer you're there, the better, or the more chance you have of scoring runs and possibility of getting to that 50, getting to the 100.
Stokey, kom. Yo!
Another one. It's a dot ball. Brunt, so you can see he wants it.
Them in. Don't have a speed gun yet, but that's quite quick.
And that brings the end to the over. A very successful over for Neil Brunt and the Titans. The score is 191 for 6. The Dafabet Warriors currently lead by 207 runs. I'd say this is not what they would have wanted after lunch.
No, not at all. Both batters, De Villiers and Kashili, now back in the hut. They had a very good 100-run partnership between them. Kashili 60, De Villiers 54. Both these batters got themselves in and got themselves out.
Kuhlabana continuing from the West Lane end. They got themselves in, they got themselves out. They'll be looking at themselves very hard, probably with a little bit of disappointment. And you've got two fresh batters. So not the ideal.
They're going to have to buy a bit of time again. And while they buy time, Titans needs to get that run rate below 3s.
And the shorter one, something on it, and unfortunately straight past the first slip. That would have been a comfortable catch if there was a second slip.
Now that's unfortunate. He's got a leg side field, especially for those deliveries that's going into the middle stump. This one, touch wider. No control from Patrick Kruger.
Not straight and just around the corner for one. I guess it doesn't matter, you still, as you get a boundary, you want to get the single, get onto the other side. But that does bring the new batter, Apiwe Nyanda, a young player, an exciting bowler. He's known more for his bowling skills than his batting. Don't think he would have expected to be in at this stage, given how settled, I'd say how convincing the start was for the Warriors. Okohlabana attacking the stumps, and Apiwe Nyanda has opened his account. Gets off the mark.
He doesn't want to miss those. That's quite straight.
I think that's the plan now. Just attack the lower order batters, keep the stumps in play. This pitch is playing well. The result will definitely come. But now it's just a case of how long until the Titans are back out there batting. Just slashed at that. Back just goes to deep point for the single. Some field set changes. Gully. And there you have it. Back of a length has worked. Apua Mnyanda just playing at that one and gets a little sliver, and it is another wicket for Lesego Kogoblabana and dismisses Apua Mnyanda, caught behind. He goes for one, and I think this is the beginning of the end for the Warriors.
Just got the outside edge. I wonder if he was trying to glide that down. No, he was just done. He was just done with a decent delivery.
Some clever bowling from Kogoblabana. Great field set. There was no chance of a single. And this is the attacking bowling and attacking tactics that you would want from the Titans, especially against the lower order batters.
A good delivery. Over the moon, the young man. He's done well.
And over the moon he should be. He knows what this means for him. He's on debut. So what more than to get a wicket off a good ball you know that you've worked hard for. And to the crease it brings in Duan Olivier, the former Proteas bowler. He'll be coming in, not known too much for his batting, but his highest score is 72 runs. So he'll be looking to offer some resistance, keep the Titans out there for as long as possible, get as many runs to bowl at. But it's the end of the over, 198 for 7. And Neil Brunt back into the attack.
Now there's experience at the crease now for the Warriors in Patrick Kruger and Duan Olivier. They would read the situation now and just absorb as long as they can. We did see in that first innings Matthew Boast. It was a little cameo at the back end for the Warriors, and the Titans would like to avoid that as much as they can.
Go on, Brunt. How's that?
Definitely a lot more buzz on the field from the Titans. A few quick wickets has definitely changed the way this game is going.
Down.
Only one wicket in that first session. It was a frustrating first session getting one wicket, and it was they had to wait until 10 minutes before lunch to get that first wicket, and straight after lunch in the first 4 overs they already have 2 quick wickets. Amazing how things can change.
And the end of the over, that brings a total to 199 for 7. A lead of 215. How this game has changed. Everything, I'd say, after lunch is going in favour of the Titans. They still want to restrict the Dafabet Warriors. Kogoblabana coming in with renewed energy. He'll want to keep attacking the batters. Has a very attacking field with a slipper gully. But it does mean that with the 3 fielders square of the boundary, it is going to be a lot shorter. Patrick Kruger has been there for a while, has left well, absorbed a little bit of pressure, so the plan will be to, I'd say, continue absorbing and limit the amount of time Olivier would face.
Again, just a little bit extra bounce.
Still attacking. A lot of chat. A lot of noise coming from the Titans. They want to take the game on. They want to get out of the sun as quickly as possible. Get the batters out there. There you have it, a little bit fuller. Not what you expect, but usually that's where the wicket ball comes. Where you bowl short, as you said, get them on the back foot, and then it's the ball that follows. Just continuing asking questions. I'd say Patrick Kruger would think that he could do a lot more with that. Probably want to get it through between the gap of the cover fielder or the bowler and mid-off, but just not finding it. So he'll believe he missed out, but he is still at the crease, which helps the Warriors. And there you have it, a big shout. Good ball. But the umpire's not giving it, not moved. Do you think that is a very close call?
Also a very good appeal. Was height a problem? That's the question. Yeah, too high. Good decision.
And that's the end of the over. Ending with a great ball from Koko Tlhabana. Score is 199 for 7. The lead is still 215. A maiden over.
I know it's a bit hot today. Can the umpire stay with us, please? Come on, Neil!
And there you have it. It's Neil Brunt has broken through the defense of Duan Olafia. He departs without troubling the scorers. That is Brunt's third wicket of the match. He will be excited for that.
I'm not sure what like this was through the gate. Duan Olafia thought there's going to be a little bit of turn, but there's no turn on this wicket. Played the wrong line.
He has to depart. Sorry, that was Brunt's second wicket of the match, of this innings, I should say, and he'll be disappointed. And to the crease.
Matthew Boast
comes to the crease. This is his 10th match.
Straight through the gate. Just pushed at the wrong line was Duan Olafia. The golden arm of Neil Brunt is doing the business for the Titans straight after lunch. 3 quick wickets after lunch. That is sped up this game even faster.
They do say day 3 is moving day.
It's moved after lunch, that's for sure. But there can't be any complacency now from the Titans. There won't be, that's for sure. Because they know that Boast, in that first innings, took Brunt on. And he was successful. Couple of big sixes. I don't think Boast is that type of batsman that's going to die wondering. It is a good matchup for Boast, the left-arm spinner.
Posty. Posty. Oh, no way.
And a lot of chat.
Yo!
Some gamesmanship a little bit.
Oh, my
It's
word.
just nice banter. Old teammate Post.
One's gonna stay straight, Brunty.
Know each other very well.
Brunty. Catch! Oh! Posty. Posty, this isn't you, Posty.
And they know that Boast wants to go after it. But Boast also knows he has a job to do. Keep them out for as long as possible. Get through the over. A change in the field. Brunt spreading his field a little bit.
Yo, Maddie. Welcome.
And that ends what is a wicket maiden over from Neil Brunt. The score is still 199 for the loss of 8. And the lead remains at 215.
Oh, that dismissal of Duan Olivier, it's coming in from a wideish angle, just skids on. No turn, played the wrong line, got bowled through the gate. Got to get this field out now. Get Patrick Kruger off strike.
And the upcoming fixtures on the 1st of November at SuperSport Park is the Momentum Multiply Titans versus the Warriors. 16th of November is the Titans versus the Lions. And on the 21st, you've got the Titans versus the Dolphins. This is all for the CSA T20 Challenge. And what an exciting competition that will be. Koko Hlabana continues from the West Lane end. It's short, it's wide, and just a single. Gets Boast back on strike. The batter that will want to bowl at. But it does bring up the 200 for the Warriors.
A Post on strike. Koko Hlabana is still over the wicket. I think he should come around the wicket. With his stock delivery, it's going to go across the left-hander. LBW is going to be very difficult to get. Got a better chance around the wicket.
The line is very straight and just whips it off his legs for the single. Surprising tactic. I do agree. Around the wicket would offer more opportunities to take, I'd say, to clean him up.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm surprised with the experience of Halim standing right next to him.
And just bowl a similar line and length to the left-hander that he's bowling to Kruger, just keeping, I'd say, the stumps in play. Now Kruger just managing his innings, taking his time. And there you have it. Still keeping the stumps in play. Still making sure that isn't too much room for Kruger to play with. But as you say, Koko Hlabana is a young man, very new. He is on debut. So maybe this is an opportunity for him just to learn a little bit.
3 wickets fell for 8 runs. That's a huge breakthrough for the Titans.
And that brings the end of the over. The score is 201 for the loss of 8. And the lead is at 217.
Got it. Come, let's hustle.
We're seeing a change in bowling, an unexpected change, with Jorik van Schalkwyk. Would have thought he will be coming in from the Henops River end. He's coming right arm around the wicket, turning the ball away from the left-hander. A little bit too straight, and they managed to get 2 from that one.
A touch straight, but a nice matchup this. Off spinner against the left-hand batsman. It's got to find a length.
And we saw what happened once Brunt found his length. He became very effective. So, great matchup here. I think it's almost a matter of time until Bose, who wants to attack, will want to take him on.
Let's go, Joe, let's go.
Bowling around the wicket to Patrick Kruger, just changing the angle.
I'm not sure why, because there's no turn. If there was turn, yes, absolutely. There's no turn.
I'm just staying straight with the arm. Bose gets off strike. Yes, I agree with you. There's no turn, so why come from around the wickets?
No, that doesn't make sense. You also have a big boundary leg side. If he wants to take you on bowling over the wicket, that's fine.
That one's a little bit fuller outside off. I think Patrick Kruger missed out a little bit. Hit it straight to the extra cover fielder.
The slap cover drive for another single there.
That's the end of the over. 6 runs off that over. The score is 207 for 8. And now we see why Van Schalkwyk was bowling. The Brunt wanted to change ends. Brunt will continue from the West Lane end, replacing Koko Tlabana.
I think he wants a bigger boundary bowling to the left-hander. That's what I read into this change.
A very good length from Brunt. He's definitely found his rhythm. He's found that area. And a spread field means that Kruger is now off strike and Bose is on strike. And you're 100% correct. Almost enticing Bose to take on the fielders on the boundary, on that larger side of the field.
How long is Bose going to wait? That's the question. He's still waiting.
It's going to just a matter of time. Game of patience here. Bose did have a cameo in the first innings. But so far not taking any risks. And just left that one well. And brings the end to the over. The score is 208 for the loss of 8. The Warriors lead by 224. Neil Brunt brings it into his over. And it also means there is a commentary change. We've got Ken Borland joining me on the mic. As after lunch, there's been a little bit of a Warriors collapse.
You need to be good, Cox.
Very dramatic post-lunch. session. The Titans needed it, that's for sure.
Catch.
And Van Skalkwyk,
That's fine.
a little bit too full, and
Don't mind that, Joey.
that ball's hit to the mid-wicket boundary, dissecting deep mid-wicket and
Don't mind that, Lord.
long off for 4. Patrick Kruger. So showing some experience, knowing which balls to attack, but still travelling at a really good rate. That brings him to 25 of 36 balls.
Around the wicket, not helping Van Skalkwyk against the right-hander.
Let's go, Joe.
Matthew Boast back on strike, and the Titans will appreciate that he's a dangerous guy with the bat. He hit 4 fours and a 6 in his 28 in the first innings.
Oh. Good, Joe.
And of
Hard
course
hand.
played for the Titans as recently as last season, so
Do we catch me?
they'll know that he's handy with the bat.
Catch.
And just in the air, very close one to mid-wicket.
Yo, Marcania.
And so there you have the first boundary for Matthew Boast.
And the way the match situation is, the Warriors effectively 233 for 8. A quick 30 or 40 runs partnership can actually make a big difference, I think, in terms of the target. Titans will really want to chase something less than 250. Warriors will feel
Finish well, Joe.
275, anything above that they're in the driving seat.
Yeah. Boy. Very good,
Quicker
Joey.
ball there.
Let's go. Okay, come through.
I agree, 270 will be ideal. Will be ideal for the Warriors.
And 10 overs to go until the second new ball. Be interesting to see how much longer they persevere with Van Skalkwyk. Neil Brunt's been going well. Couple of wickets after lunch. I'm sure he'll carry on through to the new ball. Or will he just he will continue after a bit of consultation.
You know, every now and again, you just have to make sure everybody's on the same page with the tactics, especially after a frustrating morning or sessions before lunch. I'm not known too much for my bowling, but I know I would have consulted as well. But I still consider myself an all-rounder. He's finding that length and getting that extra bounce. That's what did Kushile in this innings after a fantastic start.
And with the quickness of the action, his arm ball is quite effective as well. Misdirected that time, though.
You know, it can happen.
He's coming around, Baba.
But there you have it. The matchup of Boast versus Brunt. Coming around the wicket, which is a little bit of surprise. And that's the end of the over. 219 for 8. And Van Van Skalkwyk continues.
Yeah, well done, Joey. Love missing full tosses there, Joe.
A little bit full. But, just the single.
In a situation like that, yes, it is a little bit too full, but you're not going to want to take on the boundary fielders. There are more fielders on the boundary wanting to bowl at post.
Again, lots of flight. And, it was just going to be one, but a little bit of a scramble on the boundary by Makanya, normally a very reliable fielder. So they get two.
Yes, Joey.
Much better line. But yes, the field set, you've got 5 fielders on the boundary, all of them so in front of square, wanting to get Patrick Kruger off strike.
Yeah, Joey.
Also, Van Skalkwyk's not known for his bowling, so probably to give him a little bit of protection.
Yeah, well bowled. Very well bowled.
Absolutely. I think these are overs designed to get the second new ball as quickly as possible. And also a bit of damage control with the left-handed Matthew Boast on strike.
Yes! Yes! What's wrong?
Well, Van Skalkwyk was convinced. A celeb appeal. Umpire not interested.
The end of the over. 224 for 8. Yeah, no interest at all. But with the lack of spin, I would say maybe going down leg a little bit. Probably missing leg.
On the angle as well, yeah. Missing leg stump.
I mean, a good ball, but you can't always win those. I probably would have given it a good shot as well. And that's short, but a little bit too straight and just helped around the corner. And Boast get 2 runs.
Boast shared in a pretty important partnership of 40 for the 9th wicket in the first innings.
Floated outside off, and I think credit to Boast for not getting more of that. Would have put Long on in the game, but dropping well short and just getting a single.
This partnership 28 now already. It's useful runs, taking the lead up to 243.
The Titans won't be too happy with how this partnership is building. They would have wanted to attack more.
I think it's difficult to be over-attacking with the pitch isn't offering that much assistance anymore.
Stay.
Old, soft ball.
It is an old softball, but you don't want to let too many singles go in the ring. Scores 228 for 8.
Yeah, I'm still wondering why Sibinela Makanya is not bowled today, because he's done a good job whenever he's had the ball in this match, and he's tricky to score off. Yeah, just not as much pace, and bowls wicket to wicket, and yeah,
Just
I think-
contains it.
yeah, I think Boast might have to take a bit of a risk in order to score against him. Whereas at the moment, it just seems a bit too easy for him to get runs.
And very close to the mid-wicket fielder. But Boast
Matty, that's never been you, bro.
just to the left of that mid-wicket fielder. Only gets one, gets off strike. And Patrick Kruger is back on. 31 of 48 deliveries. Patrick Kruger's a little handy with some lower order runs.
Catch! Chase it!
And just past first slip, going all the way to the boundary. And
Chase.
Khalim manages to keep it in, and they run 3 runs, 3 welcome runs to add to the Warriors' total, taking their lead to 249, and brings Matthew Boast back
Come, Joey.
on strike.
Oh, Matty. Matty, I know you want to go for it.
Yeah, I think it's just too easy to score now. From a Titans point of view, as the lead
Come on, Joey.
goes up to 250. Patrick Kruger was on just 1 not out at lunch. And so he's picking up the tempo nicely now.
Oh, no run. No, that can't be run. No way, Joe.
We spoke earlier about how he's a dangerous guy with the bat. And that if he gets to bat for a long period in the afternoon,
Come, Joey. Come, Joey.
he could actually make a big difference for the Warriors. He's setting the platform for that.
God.
Slog sweep, more than enough power, onto the grass bank for 6.
And as you said, that hit takes him to 40 runs and welcome runs. He is dangerous with the bat. The current lead at 256. The Warriors finding it very easy to bat against the current bowling. I don't know how long the Titans will persist with Van Skalkwyk with how these two are batting.
And then the drag down almost inevitably follows and just paddled round the corner for another boundary for Patrick Kruger. And a very expensive over, 15 off the over, and the Titans really can't afford that at this stage of the game. The lead now 260.
A very defendable total for the Warriors. They know that a result will happen. Always very much in their control. The Titans, their big worry will be that they are behind with the over 8.
Well, I think the lead is starting to become almost an equal worry for them. 260, they've still got to get 2 wickets. This partnership now with 45. And it's come up quickly, and it's a very dangerous one.
Brunt continuing with a little bit more of an attacking field, with only 2 fielders on the boundary at deep square leg and long on.
He'll be wanting to keep his line off stump and outside. He doesn't want to get too straight to the hitting arc of Matthew Boast. What for? Hit to the deep mid-off. Sending the quite straight mid-wicket out onto the boundary at cow corner. Boast gets the single. This has been a decent over, though, by Neil Brunt.
So just bringing some control after that big over from Van Schalkwyk.
Well, I'll be very surprised if Van Schalkwyk gets another over. Bring Makanya on.
Some good fielding. Just pass that backward point fielder, and that is a boundary.
Exactly. Good work by Niseko Senakwani, who we believe is the stand-in captain. Although Neil Brunt seems to be taking a more front row role in terms of being quite vocal today. Maybe it's just because he's bowling. But obviously he's captained the Titans many times. 245 for 8. And in case you didn't hear, regular captain Keegan Peterson off the field with a split webbing. We are going to get a bit of Sibonela Makanya, who can bowl 3 overs before the second new ball is due.
Ken, this is the change you were asking for. I think it's also the change that Titans need.
Oh no, Matty.
Protect your or keep your strike bowlers as fresh as possible. Wait for the new ball to be available.
One first loss 50.
And without bleeding too many runs.
Oh, Matthew Bose, that's 2 dots. 2 dots, Matty.
And a good start to this over.
That's 2 dots, Matty.
And there's a lot of advice going Matthew Boast's way.
Oh, Matthew, that's 3 dots.
Former Titans player, of course.
Come, Subsy.
It does keep things entertaining when you're batting and that happens.
Oh, Matthew.
Keegan Lyon Cachet, wicketkeeper, finding it all
Get out of it, bud.
very amusing.
Oh, Matthew. Oh, hit.
Quick single taken, and Senakwani's a good fielder, but it's a well-judged run. I think Boast and Lyon Cachet probably played a lot together at Tucks.
Definitely, because that would never come from just anyone. And you can hear they definitely have a good relationship, good rapport, both on and off the field, but at the way this thing is going.
Was there an edge there? Some anguished shouts. Difficult for Lyon Cachet standing up. Into the over, 246 for 8. And the lead is 262.
Very good over from Makanya. I almost want to say, should he not have come on before Van Schalkwyk?
I don't know why Makanya's been ignored today. There have been a few times when I thought it was crying out just for the control he brings. He's just an accurate, reliable, medium pacer. Neil Brunt to continue from the West Lane end. Bit of a drag down, gets away with it though.
He's moving his field a lot. Trying to set up that wicket.
Well, a lot in the sense of several times. I think Coco Tlabana's finished up pretty much where he was before they started moving him. Edge taken. Good catch. Good, sharp catch by Rivaldo Moonsamy. That's his 3rd catch of the innings. And that was a goodie. That went quickly.
Well watched. He made what is a difficult catch look very easy, and I'd say a welcome wicket from Neil Brunt. He absorbed a lot of pressure, or I would say created a lot of pressure after taking a little bit, after struggling to find his length and getting knocked around for a bit before lunch. But whatever he had, he needs to continue having, maybe for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Yeah, I think once again the value of a spinner to the tail being shown. Brunt has now nipped out Olivier, and then an important wicket of Matthew Post. And of course he also dismissed the top scorer in the innings, Sinutem Kashile, caught behind. So it's been a wonderful post-lunch period for Neil Brunt. And now he'll just want to finish things off, bowling to Kerwin Mungru, the new batter.
I've never heard of a lower order batter who ever wants to come out and get out guessing. I know lower order batters like to swing. Will that be the plan?
No, I think the plan will be for Patrick Kruger to do the swinging. Probably got more chance of hitting. And Mungru's job is just going to be to face one or two balls on over. He's got 3 to face in this over. I do hope they get some catches in around the bat. Dwayne Jansen is wandering around close to the bat, but going back now to a more conventional mid-wicket. Slip and a leg slip. I'd still like someone in front of the wicket catching. Just for these last 2 deliveries.
Sometimes just to get in their heads. Just know there's somebody there. The ball's not turning.
Yeah, and Mungru's surely just going to have a defensive mindset. He's just going to lunge forward and try and block it. Brunt can get extra bounce as well. So the end of another successful over from Neil Brunt. He's got 3 for 54 now in 19 overs. And the Warriors 246 for 9.
So we don't want a wicket now. Huh? We don't want. We can get a wicket now. Oh really? We'll get that. How many points do you?
These are just some of the highlights from today. De Villiers, chapter 1 coming down the slope. Kashile will be upset. He edged that one to be caught behind. And we can see already Patrick Kruger farming the strike now as Makanya bowls.
I think with the innings he's played, 44 or 56, he is farming the strike, but 6 more runs. 6 more runs for an innings well deserved.
This is the best net session he's ever had. It's actually fun. Stats are looking gun.
That's well bowled. Has it gone over the stumps? Oh, Lion Cachet is coming up with all the funny quips and things. Maybe he should just concentrate a little bit harder on stopping the ball. 4 byes. 4 valuable runs that bring up the 250 for the Warriors, but it would have been tricky for the keeper to cut this one off. Oh, that's come back beautifully. And you can see Lion Cachet wasn't expecting that amount of movement. He was still perched around the off stump, went over middle and leg. And now Kruger will take the single off the 5th ball of the over. He'll be happy with the 5 added to the tally so far.
With this kind of bowling, the question will be asked, why did Van Skalkwyk bowl so soon?
Wrapped on the pad and out. Makanya has done the job. We saw him nip one back through Patrick Kruger in this over. And similar sort of delivery, too good for Kerwin Mungru, who had the big front dog down the pitch. And it certainly wasn't too high. So the Warriors are all out for 251. And so the Titans will be needing 268 to win. That's a nice sort of tricky target, isn't it, Sean? That's going to be an interesting chase for them.
It's going to be an interesting chase. And especially with the way the surface has played. There's not a lot of lateral movement in terms of swing. So everything is off the deck. But this game is, I'll say, finely poised to be a really, could go right down to the wire. The Titans want a result to go their way. They have been behind. But let's just look at the scorecard. At the top, a few starts, but nothing until Sinetimbe Glishile comes into the attack. 60 welcome runs, another half century to his name. And Matthew de Villiers, 54 off 118. They steadied the ship, absorbed a lot of pressure. And then Patrick Kruger, a cameo at the end, after lunch, 45 runs. And he was partnered with Matthew Boast, who had 18 runs. With the bowlers, Duan Jansen was economical, very attacking, but didn't take any wickets in this one. But Neil Brunt came back after lunch and 3 quick wickets. Janku Smit was disciplined and 2 wickets for 15 runs. Those were the pick of the bowlers.
So there we have it. 251 all out. The Dafabet Warriors in their second innings. The highest score of the match so far. Highest total. So that'll encourage the Titans that things are trending in the right direction for them. As we just watch a few of the... well, that's another wicket down. Khalim chapping Matthew de Villiers. LBW. First wicket of the day. Pretty plum. As we see the heavy roller in operation. And yeah, de Villiers is still out. Out that time as well. There we go. Neil Brunt. Yeah, it wasn't an arm ball. It just bounced a bit extra. Klashili will be disappointed. Good catch by Lion Cachet. Coco Tlabana with good delivery that. Just nipping off the deck. To have Mnyanda caught behind. Neil Brunt in the picture again. Clean bowling. Duan Olivier through the gate. That was the arm ball. And then the left-handed post. Driving maybe just out of the rough a bit there. And a very good catch by Rivaldo Moonsami at slip. And then the last wicket, Sibonela Makanya. Well, that was the warning for the Warriors. Lovely little in-swinger just over the stumps for 4 byes. And then a couple of balls later, similar delivery. Mungru moved his pad the wrong way. If he'd moved it the other way, he might have tried to convince the umpire that it was missing leg, but he moved it more and more plumb across to the offside. Anyway, so 268 will be the Titans' target. And I think they'll be happy, Sean, that they've got a decent chunk of the afternoon to bat on today, where the pitch still looks pretty good for batting, whereas tomorrow it might start to get a bit more up and down.
It's a fantastic result for the Titans to have as much time. It has shown that the longer you're out there, the easier it does get. So that's what they'll be looking to do. And with that, we have fixtures for the T20 Challenge, the CSA T20 Challenge, the Titans versus the Warriors, versus the Lions, and versus the Dolphins. Everything here at SuperSport Park.
So do join us for those games. Come to the ground. Always great entertainment. The CSA T20 Challenge is back on the Cricket South Africa YouTube channel in 5 minutes or so for the very exciting chase, the fourth innings of this match.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night, a starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh. Words that came across as a doubt. I reassured that every day my love is
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
Now he's thinking about me every night. Oh, is it that sweet? I get so down after I roll. Switch it up like Nintendo. So you can't sleep, baby. I know that's that me is so. I can't relate to
I'm ready. Well, here it's fine if you got the time and the chance to give. Just tell me. And here it's fine.
Lately, I just feel like I can't get you out of my mind. I feel love for the first time. And I know that it's true, me and you, I could love you for life.
What is purpose? If it only lives in your head, a boardroom, a promise. What is purpose if only an idea? If it does not become what it can be? You see, where purpose finds passion, when it takes action, the world is a better place. When it becomes real, when it delivers peace of mind, purpose becomes a force for change. It changes circumstances. It changes livelihoods. It changes futures. It comforts. Because when you are there for someone when it matters most, when you take a stand for the vulnerable, when you invest in education, when you put food on the table, you're not just talking. AFBOB, here for you in more ways than you can imagine.
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
And we're back with the Titans coming in. They need 268 runs to win. They have the better part of this afternoon and all day tomorrow, with Lesego Senokwane opening the batting. He's currently on strike, with Jorik van Schalkwyk as his partner. Duan Olivier will be taking the new ball from the West Lane end. I'm Sean Mayers, and I'm joined by Ken Borland.
Hello again, Sean, and greetings to the viewers again. Partnerships, that's going to be the key thing, I think, for the Titans. They'll appreciate that this morning when Matthew de Villiers and Sinitim Koshile were busy putting on 110 for the fifth wicket. The pitch looked very flat. It looked like really good batting conditions. And that's what partnerships can do. You get two guys in, they start to look extremely comfortable. But then as soon as the Titans made a breakthrough, we saw the wickets tumble. So after that 110-run partnership for the fifth wicket, the last 5 wickets fell for 82. But more especially, we had 3 wickets fall for 8 runs at one stage. Well, 4 wickets for 55. Yeah.
Just went out there prodding at that one. Not the most convincing shot. Almost want to say, just leave it. He's left the first 2 a lot closer to off stump. Just leave that one alone.
Yeah, maybe a bit of early nerves. Titans need a good start as well, just to put them in the right frame of mind for what is certainly going to be a testing target.
Very good length, very good line. Olivier starting off really well.
Bowled wonderfully in the first innings, Duan Olivier, to pick up 4 for 39 in 16 overs, 4 of which were maidens.
That one back of a length and just crunched through the covers for 4. That has got off Lesego Senokwane's innings, but also the first runs for the Titans.
Cracking way to get going. Not a great delivery from Olivier. Bit short and wide, but Senokwane nicely in position, and that came right out the middle. Lovely shot.
You know, not the best delivery, but you still have to hit them. A much better length and just knocked down into the covers for a single, and that brings the end of the first over. That's 5 for no loss, with Lesego Senokwane on 5 runs, and he is still on strike.
We saw in that Koshile and de Villiers partnership this morning just how important quick singles are, good running between the wickets, just to keep the momentum going in your partnership. And it's probably something the Titans can learn from a bit.
Yes, that partnership of Koshile and de Villiers, I'd say, made this pitch almost look a lot easier to bat on. I do think it is a very good batting wicket, but they did make it look particularly easy. With Matthew Bowe starting from the Henops River End. Starting off well, just full, straight, Yorker length. You miss, I hit kind of bowling. That's how he's starting off.
it's going to be interesting to see. First of all, I'm agreed that I think today it looks like still a very good batting pitch. But tomorrow, the last day, maybe the bounce starts to get a bit inconsistent. Well, left in the end by Senokwane, good delivery. I think it's important for the Titans that they get the bulk of this job done today in good batting conditions. 45 overs left. Probably won't get all of them in. But if they can get to sort of 140 today in the overs available to them, obviously without losing more than 2 or 3 wickets, say, then they'd be well placed tomorrow to finish the job.
They will be well poised, and the key will be wickets. So the less runs they have, they need to have as many wickets as possible so they can attack a little bit more. Because if the Warriors' innings is to go anything by, there are runs, and a lot of runs still on offer here at SuperSport Park on this strip. Just a single. And that brings Jarek van Skalkwyk to face his first ball of the innings. And play that late and just gets it behind point. And Van Skalkwyk opens his account with 2 runs.
He looked solid in the first innings, did young Van Skalkwyk. Made 20, but then unfortunately some poor judgment calling for a single that wasn't really there led to him being run out. And it also led to a collapse for the Titans that ultimately saw them fall a bit short of the Warriors' first innings.
Oh, and it's a little shaped away. It's a little bit too early to play shots like that, but that is the end of the second over. 8 for no loss.
Exactly, Sean. It's like a millionaire's drive, that. It's the sort of shot you play when you're on 70. Not in the first over you faced. Very ambitious. Oh, I mean, the ball actually starts shaping away early. He should have been able to see that that was one just to leave alone. It wasn't that full either to play such an expansive drive.
And that one gets through, but a little bit high. But a good signs here for the Warriors.
Yeah, Olivier, certainly in the first innings, was just very disciplined around that off stump, just probing, nipping the ball both ways.
I'd say that's better. Just let the ball go past. Let the bowlers bowl at you. Don't go searching for runs. Patience. Especially given how Olivier was so disciplined in that first innings. What a ball. And very well played by Senokwane.
That's why he's been a tricky guy to leave, Olivier, because he's got the one that comes back quite sharply, like that one.
That was very well left. We'll give the credit to the batter for leaving what was a really good ball.
Still a hard new ball, so left a bit on length as well, bouncing over the stumps.
Senekwane just showing some restraint, especially after facing balls like that. Wants to get his innings going. But the best option for him is, let him bowl well. It's a new ball. Let him bowl well. It's the beginning of my innings.
He is normally very patient, Leseko Senekwane, known for being able to grind it out for long periods of time. Has made big hundreds. It's got a double hundred before. And the Titans are really in no rush here. Their first order of business is to make sure they get to Stumps with as little damage in the wicket column as possible.
And that's a single to end the third over. Score is 9 for no loss. Yes, you want to minimize some damage. You don't want to lose too many wickets. But a good start from the Warriors.
Yeah, they bowled very well. Both Udafia and Boast. Pretty much bang on target. Asking those questions just outside the off stump.
Matthew Boast. I like the line and the length that he's bowling. He's forcing Senekwane to play. And he comes from very close to that off stump. Well left, a very good ball. Some really good cricket from these two.
And decent carry. Kashile taking it probably chest high. Good. Sorry, good leave, as you said though. Very good leave.
Kind of bowling you do against your former teammates. And what a ball. That's the area that Boast wants to continue asking questions. There's a reason why there's three slips in a gully and a very backward point.
Well, Senekwane wasn't good enough to get a nick on this, but it wasn't too far from the top of off stump either. That was a gorgeous delivery from Matthew Boast.
And that hit the keeper. Great carry, some good pace. Boast is definitely, I'd say, maybe riled up a little bit from his batting.
You could hear Kashile exclaim when he caught that one. Nearly got away from him.
I guess that's why top order batters are not known for giving opening bowlers too much chat, especially if you're batting second. And the straighter one, and that just squirts down to fine leg. And adds 2 runs to the tally. Not the most convincing of shots, a very well-directed delivery from Matthew Boast.
Yeah, it's been impressive from Matthew Boast so far.
just pressure from both ends. This is it's a dream start. Kind of start that you'd want almost all innings to. That one a little bit too straight and too full. Senokwane just whips that to the mid-wicket boundary. It's a good chase. Manages to keep it in, and 3 runs are added, and brings the end of the 4th over. The score is 14 for no loss. Senokwane is on 12. Van Skalkwyk is on 2, and the momentum multiply Titans still need 254 for the win.
That was JP King who hauled that ball back before it crossed the boundary. In as a substitute, full substitute, for Warriors captain Matthew Brietska, who received an emergency call up to the Proteas, the ODI squad that has left or is leaving today for Pakistan. And Brietska certainly missed by the Warriors in their 3rd innings, just made 251 all out, so it's left this game beautifully poised, with the Titans needing 254 more to win. All 10 wickets in hand.
A little bit fuller. Asking, I like that line a little bit better. It's not too straight, but no matter what, he has to play it. Senokwane has to play. That length is almost inviting the drive, especially with that vacant cover region. And Senokwane is known for biding his time, grinding, as you say. So it's a good matchup, good taste. Of how long can he continue doing this? But Olivier is an experienced operator. I want a little bit wider. Senokwane not taking the bait, just letting that one go through.
You speak about Duan Olivier being experienced. He's got 574 first-class wickets now. So that's proper. The average is brilliant. Under 24.
That's when they say has a little bit of experience.
Just a touch.
With experience in all kinds of conditions.
Exactly, yeah. Played a lot in England. 16 tests for the Proteas.
Bringing that a little bit closer. Forcing Senokwane to play. He'll be disappointed with that no ball, but these things do happen. We just don't want them, well, no balls especially, to happen too often. Especially just given how disciplined Olivier was in that first innings, bowling as tight as he has been, and how he started off with this one. And that's the end of the 5th over. The score is 15 for no loss, with only 1 run coming from that over, and it was for no ball.
Senokwane showing a lot of discipline himself. He left most of that over. Rightly so. So it's a good battle between the two new ball bowlers of the Warriors and the two opening batsmen of the Titans at the moment.
Van Schalkwyk hasn't faced too much in this innings. And Boast already putting the ball out there. Van Schalkwyk not the most convincing leave. That's his third ball of his innings.
Yeah, it's remarkable how Senokwane has dominated the strike. He's faced 29 deliveries already. That was just Van Schalkwyk's third. I don't think he left that. I think he was beaten by Matthew Boast. Excellent bowling.
There he was beaten. Well and truly beaten.
Yeah, he kind of withdraws the bat. But I think the ball's gone past the edge already. I think he's... what do they call it? The curtain rail. He almost does that little... putting the bat inside the line thing. But I think he's flirting dangerously outside the off stump.
He's a young player but has shown a lot of promise and a lot of potential. Especially to come out and open the batting for the Momentum Multiply Titans. And that was a convincing leave.
Done with a bit of flourish as well.
So much.
There are a few batsmen who have turned the leave into a bit of an art form to get under the opposition's skin. Big extravagant leaves and shouting, "No run!"
Not as extravagant a leave as the previous one from Van Schalkwyk. But yes, there are some that, as much as the fielding side and the bowlers could give some banter, they give it right back. They find a way to get under the bowler's skin. And you see it trickle down to the youth of today. And there you have it, back of a length, and Van Schalkwyk just picks it up and just puts it into the pocket behind deep mid-wicket. Sorry, behind mid-wicket. And does a chase and gets 2 runs. Didn't get all of it, but got enough to add to his tally.
Bit of a strange shot here. I hope we get a replay of it. Kind of just chipped it over the infield. Looked as if he was maybe caught in 2 minds.
And that one just off the outside edge to the boundary. Welcome runs, but not the most convincing shot. Wasn't in control. But that adds 4 runs to Van Schalkwyk's account. That ends the over, which went for 6. The score is 21 for no loss after 6. Yes, it was a strange shot. I think he played it more on instinct with that line and length. And this next one, I think, was just beaten all ends up. Just got lucky enough to get it on the outside edge.
He went quite hard at the ball, Van Schalkwyk, didn't he? Which can be quite dangerous as an opener against the new ball.
And just leg stump, half volley. But Senokwane just, I'd say, gifts that to mid-wicket. And unfortunately brings the end to his innings. But a welcome wicket for the Warriors. Senokwane departs on 12 runs. And that is the breakthrough that the Warriors needed.
Well, they've bowled many deliveries in the innings that have been better than that one. But I guess just a little bit of late movement, straightening on Senokwane, and a leading edge straight to mid-wicket to the substitute, JP King. But that'll be really disappointing for Senokwane, who has to go for 12.
That brings to the crease Neil Brunt, an experienced campaigner, 37 average, and is used to coming in and batting in conditions like this where wickets has come in early in the innings. He'll need to stay in there for as long as possible, just to, I'd say, frustrate, get the ball as old as possible. But he is known to take his time, can play an expansive drive. But yes, Senokwane will be very disappointed with the ball that has dismissed him.
Didn't seem to do that much, really, in terms of late movement. He's just clipped it straight to mid-wicket. Fairly bizarre. Neil Brunt batted number 4 in the first innings, but with Keegan Peterson having split his webbing, he's coming in number 3. We'll try and get an update on Keegan Peterson's situation.
And soft hands that squirt through the slip cordon, and Neil Brunt is off the mark. His first runs of this match, got a duck in the first innings, and now he's on 4. Not the most convincing shot, but played it with soft hands. It bounced, and say welcome runs for the Titans and for Brunt.
Yeah, a bit loose by Senokwane, really. Just a bit of a waft down the leg side.
A little bit straight, and Brunt plays that convincingly. But he must be feeling good after taking 3 wickets after lunch. Contributing that way. It's like turning the game around for the Titans after what was a grind in the morning.
Yeah, coming back into the side, making a duck with the bat. All he would have wanted to do was to contribute to the team. So he's certainly did that with the ball this afternoon. And I think he's going to be one of the key men in terms of this run chase, just because he's got the ability to anchor an innings, to bat for a long time.
A little bit of a wide one, but what a stop. What a stop by Gushile. Great diving. That was going to be guaranteed 4 byes. Not a typical delivery you see from Olafia. But wanting to cramp Brunt for room, unfortunately just strayed with his line.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure how comfortable Olafia was bowling around the wicket. He's switching back to over now to the left-hander. Much better. That's a very, very good line.
Much better line, much better length. It's the end of the over. 25 for 1. And with his ability, I was very surprised that he would come in from that angle. Especially with the movement he got in his first couple of overs. It was a bit of a surprising decision.
Yeah, he could just stay over and angle it across the left-hander. That's how Brunt got out. Actually, the bowler was around the wicket to him in the first innings.
Both continuing from the Hinops River end. Van Skalkwyk still on 8. His role now will just to be absorb as much pressure. He's playing in his second first class match. The young 18-year-old. He'll be keen to make a mark.
It was Matthew Boast who dismissed Neil Brunt in the first innings. It was from around the wicket. Just angling it in and then straightening it a bit against the left hand. But Brunt was certainly playing, just hung his bat out a bit to a back of the length delivery with a bit of bounce as well. But it was certainly a ball he could have left.
Let's go back. Just leaving that one, but lots of chatter around the bat, wanting to put the young man under pressure. But there is a lot of potential. His highest score was 72. So they know if he gets going, he could be out there and keep them out there for a long time.
Well, he's shown he can bat for long periods in making some big one-day hundreds for the SA under 19 side. That 72 you mentioned was last week against the Lions here at SuperSport Park. Very good innings. He's just 18 years old and he just looked so composed and nice and compact as an opening batter.
There's that flourish. You can see he has watched one or two batters from the Southern Hemisphere that leave with a little bit of flair.
You're narrowing it down, aren't you, Sean? I didn't mention any hemispheres, but you've narrowed it down to the Southern Hemisphere, who I was thinking of.
I didn't mention any names, Ken. I didn't mention any names. He has the ability for both. He will leave with flair and then sometimes just let it go past him. But that's the end of the 8th over. A maiden over. Scores still 25 for 1. The Warriors fielders aren't as chatty as they were earlier on. Fuller delivery. The entire slip cordon actually has moved a couple of paces in.
It's been one of the slower SuperSport Park pitches in recent memory. On the first day we saw 4 or 5 catches drop short of the slips. A couple yesterday as well.
Olivia coming from around the wicket again, and with that, the slip cordon also just took a few steps closer to each other. Seems that will be the plan. Just bowl a few into Brunt, force him to play. As you said, the first innings he got out caught behind with Olivia coming around the wicket. So this is a tried and tested plan. Put him under pressure.
Don't be shy here, boy. Coming here, Doozy. Watch it there, Bounty. Coming, Matthew.
It's full outside off, and Brunt just punches that through the covers for a glorious fall. A boundary, just stand and deliver. Just leant into that. And just that vacant cover region, just know that you're going to go pick it up.
One of the shots of the day for me. That's just perfect. Wonderful. Head over the ball. Just a check drive, really, just to push. Everything looked good with that shot.
That's a much better length from Olivier. Good comeback after. Just over pitching it a little bit. But what a shot from Brunt.
How do you feel after you've got run out the middle through the covers like that, Sean, early in your innings?
I can't say I've played too many shots that look that good.
Modest to a fault.
But I can say it does feel phenomenal. I feel like anything that comes next is just going to go again. And as you see it there, a little bit more decisive with his footwork. It's the end of the over. 29 for 1. And the Titans still need 239 more to win.
I imagine that's a hammer in that gentleman's right hand, or a mallet rather, just to do some work on the landing areas of the bowlers. Probably about the 4th or 5th time that mallet has come out just to do some maintenance work. Time for some left arm seam. Piwe Mnyanda bowled nicely in the first innings. 2 for 50 he took in 11 overs. But unlucky in terms of the runs conceded. He was pretty accurate most of the time. And it's a nice variation to bring inside the first 10 overs. A bit of left arm seam.
It's back of a length. Just kind of back to fine leg on the boundary. Got one less slip, but one extra person in the covers with a deep point. And the only field on the boundary on the leg side is fine leg, and similar field for right-hander Van Skalkwyk and for Neil Brunt.
Which is interesting because Brunt is a tall man. Jorik van Skalkwyk on the shorter side.
And there you have it. A good shout, but no runs. And unfortunately, in an attempt to go for the run out, it's 4 overthrows, and they will be recorded as leg byes. So just lack of awareness. Very surprised he went for the big throw with nobody backing up.
I didn't catch whether Brunt had wandered out of his crease or not. Mohammed Manak just first of all deal with the LBW appeal. Too high, I would say. I think certainly going over the top of the stumps, but Good start by Mjanda with the ball.
Bowling a hard line, hard length. A tight line and a hard length. Very good start from him. The Warriors won't be too impressed by the overthrows, but so from your first, I'd say the first ball is bowled to Brunt, already asking him questions. Really good carry.
Generally, the bounce has been a bit better from that Henops River end. Mjanda's just 21. I think hopefully as he gets older and maybe a bit stronger, he can add a yard or two of pace. Because then he really would be a handful.
And there you have it. It's wide outside off, and Brunt slashes at it and is caught behind by Krishile. He will be disappointed with that shot. He's kind of let his bat waft at it. And what a start. A wicket for Aphiwe Mjanda in his first over. Brunt goes out for 8. Facing 15 balls and has had 2 fours.
Well, you could hear the clear edge over the stump marks. Disappointing for Neil Brunt. He was looking good. And he just chased one that wasn't really there for the shot. It was back of a length. It wasn't there to drive, and it was well outside off stump. Probably not wide enough to cut, though, either. And just a sort of in-between shot by Neil Brunt. Let's look at this again. Yeah, it was fairly short. But maybe early in your innings, a ball this wide should just be left alone. Well, that's very disappointing for Neil Brunt. Rivaldo Moonsamy, the mainstay of the first innings for the Titans.
Yes, he scored 86 runs in the first innings. He is a batter that I'd say could be another thorn in the side of the Warriors, as he did in the first innings. Stayed in for a very long time. And he also plays a very attacking brand of cricket.
He was very positive. The Titans were in trouble for most of his innings, and yet he still managed to score his 86 off just 102 balls, and it was by no means risky slogging or anything like that. It was a very good controlled innings, but such is the talent of the man that he's able to score quickly, quite easily.
And just made that look simple. And what an over for Aphiwe Mjanda. 1 run off the bat. And that brings the score to 34 for 2. The Titans won't be too happy with the start they've got. Yes, the run rate is at 3.5, but the loss of 2 wickets in 10 overs is not the ideal start that they would have looked to.
No, exactly. It's 15 minutes before tea, and they're already 2 wickets down. They wouldn't have wanted that at all. And we spoke earlier. I don't think the Titans can afford really to be more than 3 down at close of play today. So a big partnership desperately needed by the home side, who are looking to score 267 to win, as Kuan Mangru joins the attack from the Westland end.
the length, and Van Schalkwyk just outside parries it to Gully. I think the key now will be just to get to T. Just bat and get to T. Don't worry about the run rate. They are going at a good rate already, so just getting to T should be the priority. With no more damage, I'll have all day to bat tomorrow. Well managed. No, lots of excitement from the fielders, but Van Schalkwyk still managed to deal with that.
Batting at that end, there is a bit of a slope to contend with as well. Slope brings the ball into the right-hander.
Only one field on the boundary, and it's a very wide, fine leg. Some good carry from Mangru.
You can see he's a big, strong lad. I mean, he's quite tall, but he's made his name really with lack of pace. He's in certain conditions he is really, really difficult to get away, because he just bowls wicket to wicket very accurately.
And wicket to wicket, there you have it already. I think just playing a little bit too early, getting the outside edge. I think lucky to get the outside edge. But yes, almost for the lack of pace, it's surprising that he's getting so much bounce. But, you know, when you put your back into anything, things happen.
And bounce is probably the one given here at SuperSport Park. He'll be useful tomorrow if the pitch does get a bit up and down, because he generally bowls so straight. Bowled an LBW will come into play.
And that's the over. 2 runs off that over. 36 for 2. It's a measured shot there from Munsami. Was holding back.
Yeah, it's going to sound a bit churlish, but because he made 86 and was far and away the best Titans batsman in the first innings, but he rather gave it away against this bowler, against some Yanda, who just angled a foolish ball towards the stumps, and Munsami was trying to whip it through square leg, head in the air, clean bowled, and it was at an important stage of the innings. Munsami was really batting so well, had the dominance over the Warriors' attack. Diane Khalim had just joined him at the crease. It was 185 for 6 And you just felt they were the key partnership to get the Titans a first innings lead. But that dismissal saw the Titans fall 16 runs short of the Warriors score, and I think it was an opportunity missed, really. Conditions weren't that bad for batting yesterday. Titans could have batted longer through the afternoon when the going generally is quite good for the batters here.
I think that's why he's being so measured against Nyanda. Just get through to tea. And I also think a little bit of, delayed tactics. Take as much time not facing to get to tea.
He's a clever cricketer, Moonsamy, street smart. He's been around the block.
Those kinds of things come with experience. And what better opportunity for somebody like Van Schalkwyk to learn than sitting at the other end, watching how do you manage this stage of an innings, especially in a second innings. In this situation, this is probably the first time he's been in a situation like this, where 2 wickets have fallen around him. And he's faced not many balls, because by the time Brunt came in, he'd only faced his 3rd ball of his innings.
Moonsamy certainly seems to be moving well and seeing it well. That was a classical defensive stroke right out the middle of the bat as well. You can defend with intent as well, and that was an example of that.
And there you have it, the end of the over. It's a maiden from Nyanda. Score still 36 for 2. Moonsamy, I'd say, just managing it very well. Nyanda was bowling well. Just keep it out. Just keep it out. Take your time. Just patience. Patience is the name of the game. And Moonsamy will be looking to back up the 86 he scored in the first innings. But also knows that if you get too far ahead of yourself, you're, kneecapping yourself as well.
It is absolutely no rush for the Titans. No need for them to push too hard whatsoever. Even if they don't score another run today, they will still only need 232 to win in 96 overs. So, that's like 2.5 an over if they don't score another run today. So there's really no need for them to push too hard at all. I would say stay positive. Perhaps Van Schalkwyk could look for singles a bit more. Maybe try and push it into the gaps a bit better. You don't want to get stuck, because then the bowlers will just dominate you and get on top, and eventually you'll get out. But no need to push things too hard. No need for risks. Be positive. Run well between the wickets.
And in all fairness, for Van Schalkwyk, Mangru has bowled really well. And he's managed it the best that he can. Just keeping it out, staying there. He looks very positive in defence. So just continue. The bad ball will come. But all credit goes to Mangru at the moment, who's bowling a very hard length. And is keeping it very tight. So saying to Van Schalkwyk, if you want to score, you have to take a risk. And then just the fuller ball, right? You've been on the back foot. Are you camping on that back foot? say Van Schalkwyk may have missed out on that last one.
Mind on tea, maybe. Fair enough. 4 minutes to go until the tea break. I wonder if that was deliberate, a little tempter for Van Schalkwyk, just to see if he'd chase it.
I think the instruction is, if it's not at you, leave it. But he's a clever cricketer, Van Schalkwyk, so he should be aware that anything outside off, just let it go. Got 4 minutes. Just bunch of time.
For an 18-year-old, he does seem mature beyond his years.
That's the end of the over. Score another maiden. Scores 36 for 2.
Warriors will get one more over in before tea. Mjanda is striding purposefully to the wicket. As Kieran Mungru, you see there, goes back to fine leg.
Nyanda changing his angle to Munsami. He's coming around the wicket.
That's how he bowled him in the first innings, this angle.
Cramped up for room a little bit.
He does like to run the ball down to third man, does Munsami, and they've left that area vacant for him, but there are 2 slips in a gully, and he could get into trouble with the angle coming back into him, cramping him in a bit, trying to do that.
Almost that line is almost you want to tempt Munsami to run it down. There are 3 slips, or 2 slips in a gully. So is it worth it?
Well, in the first innings, he got himself into trouble a couple of times, but kept trying to do it. So I think he might not be able to help himself.
And also that line is just a lot straighter. I think Munsami is very aware. 4 more balls. Or 3 more balls. Just get through 3 more balls. And then reassess from there. Go from there. Just take it. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. The runs will come in. As you say, if they don't score another run from now on, we just need 2 runs and over tomorrow.
I think that's going to be where that Munsami's going to maybe try and handle Mjanda going forward, is just get onto off stump with the angle, just working with a straight bat on the onside where there's lots of space. Get those 1s and 2s, and no bowler likes to go for regular 1s and 2s, and eventually the bowler will change something, whether it's the line or the field.
Just straying a little bit too straight from Nyanda, but a fantastic take from Grishisle.
He's a good keeper, is Sinatemba Grishisle. Good gloveman, and developing nicely as a batsman as well. Him and Munsami are the incumbent wicketkeeper batsman in the SAA side. There are a few of them around, guys like Leandro Pretorius as well. Ruben Herman springs to mind.
And that's the end of the over, and that brings us to tea. The score's 37 for 2, with the Titans needing 231 runs to win. Currently at the crease, you've got Jorik van Skalkwyk, who's currently on 10 runs off 26. And you've got Rivaldo Munsami, who's on 1 run off 14 deliveries. It's been a start that the Warriors have thoroughly enjoyed, especially taking 2 early wickets in Lesego Senokwane, who went out for 12 runs off 30 balls, and Neil Brunt, who was caught behind after scoring 8 runs. We will see you after the tea break. Please. Ken, thank you.
Ye mara banya gamura mu. Lobo no re shabu. Ai shabu bandre. Mara kyo na ba ramu ran. Ai mangoro na nyaka. Mumra. Ora shabu. So is complete ai shabu. Itu kita sini. Ada wina mu. Right? Either come to over the Garapo, you guys are pretty shit. Too comfortable. too much money. عندنا بعيد بس تيجي شرط سوبانا هنور تفاعلين إيجاد جراسي بعيد الوارد اوغا جلسة دراسة إيرو إترا درا जरा से कहना मुझसे सुनिए
New Mitchum Ultimate 72-hour odor protection with skin breathable formula. Mitchum, true to you.
You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down, 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 down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down, 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 down.
In this night of starry sky, my baby told me with a sigh. Words that came across as a doubt.
Welcome back to SuperSport Park as we see umpires Tokazizi Shezi and Stephen Harris leading the Dafabet Warriors players out onto the field, and Momentum Multiply Titans batsman Jorg van Skalkwyk and Rivaldo Munsami for this final session on day 3 of this intriguing CSA 4-day series match. The Titans are 37 for 2 in their second innings, so they need another 230 runs for a much needed victory in this competition. They've played 3 and lost 3 at the moment, bottom of the log. Matthew Boast is going to take up the attack from the West Lane end. Bowled his opening spell from the other end, the Henops River end, and I dare say it was better than his figures. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 14. He was very testing indeed. Titans need a good final session to this day if they're going to have a chance of chasing down this testing target. And immediately Boast finds a very good length, just back of a length, and lifting awkwardly into Rivaldo Munsami, who, that's not the way you want to start a session, with a blow to the solar plexus. Sean Myers?
Not at all. But it is one way to get your concentration going again, especially after a break. You'll focus a little bit more. But, you know, he's worn it well. He's managed it.
Nothing like a bit of pain to sharpen the concentration. Ooh, concentration was a bit lacking with that stroke.
You know, there's this thing, the commentators curse. And I think that's talking about his concentration, and then just flashes one outside off.
It is one area of his game where I just think Munsami, he's clearly in the national picture. He's been playing for SAA for the better part of a season now. Just maybe needs to tighten up a little bit outside that off stump to make the next step up.
There's that guide to down to third. I still don't think that is a good option given this field set.
Well, Warriors don't mind it, do they? I mean, they've left the third man vacant, but on this sort of pitch, SuperSport Park, where there's often steep bounce, the ball is still moving around occasionally. It could also get a bit up and down. Any of those sort of angled bat shots become a little bit risky heading into the back end of games.
But you know, the argument could be he scored 86 in the first innings. Which Bose, given the field set, given how Matthew Bose has bowled, yes, he hasn't taken a wicket, but he has asked questions. He is bowling a hard length. I don't think that right now that should be the option. And well left. Do you think he was a little bit tempted to go for it?
I hope not. It was very short and very wide, and well, I suppose the uppercut might have been on, no third man. But it's the first over after tea. Maybe just get your eye back in a bit first.
This is why I don't play multi-day cricket. I would have gone for it.
I thought you didn't play multi-day cricket because there was none available for you.
That too.
Yeah, bit of a bugbear of mine. But, never mind the lack of Test cricket for, say, the Proteas men's side. The lack of Test cricket for women's cricket in general is disappointing. Anyway, 37 for 2 after 15 overs. And a maiden over from Matthew Bose to start the session for the Warriors.
And Skalkbeck not getting a lot of strike as well. Moonsami came in well after, but has almost faced the same amount of balls as Ben Skalkbeck.
That's the 91st delivery bowled since Van Skalkbeck has been at the wicket. He opened the batting, of course. And as you point out, Sean, he's only faced 27 balls now, so it's a lot less than at the other end. And as you alluded to before, T, that brings challenges of its own, doesn't it? Just how hard is it to maintain focus when you're not getting that much strike?
Can be extremely difficult, especially if you're someone that likes to feel bat on ball. And most openers are. They're players who want to feel, especially the new ball. You want to, even if you're defending, you want to feel the ball coming out of the middle, get as much contact, let the ball go past you if you're going to leave, but you're watching it. You're constantly in the game. And the positive player that Van Skalkbeek is, this is taste of his focus and patience. Because how long can he do that for? Be on the other end and watch his partners be bowled to. And I'd say in this case, Rivaldo Moonsami is absorbing a lot. There were 2 wickets that fell around him. Does he have the patience to not go after something that's not there? So it can be frustrating, but I guess this is the beauty of the long format.
I guess the crescendos and the lulls of long format cricket, that's the thing. It's like waves that you've got to ride. There are going to be periods when you're feeling under pressure, when the bowlers are on top, or you're not getting strikes. And then you've got to grind it out. You've got to show temperament and composure and get through those difficult times. And other times you're on a high. You're dominating the bowling. You're scoring freely. You've got a partnership going. And equally important then not to give it away. You've got to then make sure you're ruthless and capitalise and take that as deep as possible. And I think one of the problems for the Titans this season so far, that sees them at the bottom of the log, is that they haven't done the basics well enough for long enough. Too many soft dismissals. That's going to be a boundary that's beating fine leg. And on the bowling side, maybe just a slight lack of patience and not enough discipline.
Yeah, Mnyanda will be disappointed. 5 good balls and then just one straight down. And a welcome boundary for the Titans, who have, I'd say, just kept it out. They haven't really been over-attacking. They've just waited for the bad ball. And Van Skalkwyk, so doing the honours of helping that to the boundary.
That's what makes that last delivery particularly disappointing for Mnyanda, is that it's been all Warriors pressure after tea, and it's just a bit of a release for the Titans.
A little bit of an unconventional shot from Munsami.
I'm glad it's your job to describe it.
You know, it doesn't always have to be pretty to be effective.
That's true. What was that? A twirling half pull.
There have been many a batter that have played for South Africa that would not be described as appealing, but they've been very effective.
No, indeed, and just looked a bit awkward, the shot. Kind of like a swivel pool. I don't know if maybe the ball stuck in the pitch a little bit and he had to adjust mid-shot. It was airborne for a little while. That's why the Warriors were interested. You heard the shouts of catch. But one thing about Munsami, the batter, is he does have time.
Another one well left. I enjoy seeing batters do that, where they leave at the last moment, because you get the impression that they are very aware of where their off stump is. They know what the bowler is trying to do. They're very clear. There's a lot of clarity with what they're trying to do. So sometimes leaving the ball late, you know, people say it's a little bit risky, but I think there's a lot more to it.
I think it can also be frustrating for the bowlers, because you kind of get your hopes up as the bowler, and in the last minute the bat just gets pulled away. I can remember there was that England tour of South Africa back in the 90s when Mike Atherton and Jack Russell had that massive partnership at the Wanderers. They batted for most of the day to save the test, and Jack Russell. I mean, I just know how frustrated I was watching on TV, and I could only imagine how the bowlers felt. Bit loose from Munsami. Time and again, Jack Russell would just... Look, he wasn't a dasher as a batsman at all. He would kind of plod forward, pushing at the ball, and then at the last minute, the bat would just turn inside. Inside. So you kept thinking, edge, no, he's left it. Edge, no, he's left it. And he did this for hour after hour.
I'm glad Munsami doesn't do that. It's a little bit more flair from Munsami.
A lot more. No insult meant for Jack Russell. He was a doughty batsman. Tremendous effort in saving that test match with Mike Atherton against Donald Pollock et al. on a typically testing Wanderers pitch. One of the finest wicket keepers the game has known, Jack Russell. Really good with the gloves.
That mallet out again. definitely say it's probably a lot drier than what was expected from day one.
We've had 2 good days of sunshine, so a pitch that started out pretty green, not too dissimilar in colour to the rest of the square, has now become a lot browner. Pretty good for batting today still, I think. That's why the Titans need to do the bulk of the chase, I think, this afternoon. Try and leave themselves with no more than 150 to get tomorrow. And they don't want to be 4 or 5 down at Stumps either.
I think that's where the balance comes in, as you were saying. Van Schalkwyk, they do need to get some singles, and just to keep the scoreboard ticking.
I do find it's a bit of a modern thing, and I guess it comes with the focus on T20 and shorter formats and being able to hit boundaries, that strike rotation, the ability to get singles, is maybe a bit lacking in a lot of youngsters. And just a little area that Jorik van Schalkwyk can maybe work on a bit is that ability just to relieve the pressure, just to get one, get on the other side. And it's amazing how quickly that sort of snowballs and gets the scoreboard ticking over. Oh, good delivery from Mnyanda.
I agree, but this is where it's so exciting to see somebody at 18 years old is playing first-class cricket. What a stage to, I'd say, develop your technique, because this is where you're found out, where you're playing against some really experienced campaigners, and which he is. He's faced Olivier. He is against some of the best players in the world, and who have played this game at the highest level. So what an opportunity it is for him to learn, to rotate strike, and also just develop his technique and become an all-round cricketer. We know that he can score quickly, that he wants to play positive cricket, and now this is a chance to be like, oh, can you be an all-format batter?
Yeah, I certainly don't mean to be critical of Jorik van Schalkwyk. I think it's absolutely phenomenal that at the age of 18, he looks like he belongs here. He doesn't look out of place. Just his composure. I like that he's pretty compact as an opening batter. But everyone has little things that they can improve in their games. That one popped up towards mid-off. I wonder if the ball is starting to just stick in the surface a bit.
You wouldn't say that with how Van Schalkwyk is playing. So maybe it's the difference in length that they're bowling to Moonsamy, because that was a lot fuller than what they've been bowling to Van Schalkwyk. What a ball. And the keeper ends up well on the leg side. That late movement, that is a phenomenal ball from Mnyanda.
Yeah, I think Moonsamy just needs to put that one out of his head and go, well, whoever can play that one, good luck to them. He did well, playing inside the line. And I think this is a bit of a test of Rivaldo Moonsamy's temperament here. How is he going to respond to only having 3 after 28 deliveries? He's a naturally positive guy.
And there's your response. He's come across his good use of his feet just to get the single.
Clever. Again, doing what he did just before tee that I liked to Mnyanda, getting onto off stump. Getting inside the line and just working it away on the onside. Just to get the single, relieve a bit of the pressure. But it's good cricket at the moment. A good battle between bat and ball.
the bowlers have been particularly good in the spell. They've been very disciplined with their lines and their length, haven't given too much, and they've got reward for it. Only 45 runs in 18 overs, but they've got 2 key wickets. So they've made inroads into this Titans team, and the run rate achieved is just going down. At one stage they were 3.5, and now the run rate's currently at 2.5. So all credit goes to the Warriors bowlers. And there you have it. An outside edge goes through the gap, and that is a welcome boundary for Rivaldo Moonsamy. He's been eyeing that third region, but I don't think he wanted it in that fashion.
No, he's very fortunate there, and you could hear Matthew boast, exclaim, no ways. Between the second slip and the guy is probably at sort of 4.5. Very frustrating. Given that Moonsamy likes to play through there, maybe an extra slip.
Much better control.
$50 up for the Titans. An hour and 20 minutes. It's been hard graft.
Bose is very frustrated, knowing that possibly an extra slip could have seen the back of Moonsamy. And bowls a lot straighter. The only field set change for Boast when he's bowling to Van Skalkwyk is deep point comes back into a conventional position. Van Skalkwyk is somebody who is playing a lot straighter and hitting. He's playing a lot straighter, but also Boast is bowling a lot straighter at him. It's not giving him any room to play through the covers.
And I think given that they want Moonsamy to carry on trying to play behind square on the offside.
Massive slash, but just that movement. I think Van Skalkwyk was a little bit lucky that moved as much as it did.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sucker delivery, isn't it? Full and wide and swinging away. And you could just see the pressure is making these two batsmen a bit anxious. They want to score, but the Warriors really aren't giving them much. And just on that deep point, it's a fielding position I don't usually like. But for Moonsamy, I get it. They want him to continue trying to play the ball behind square on the offside. So give him that big gap through point. If he does get it right, it's just 1-2 deep point, hopefully.
And that's the end of the over, and a good over it's been. Yes, 5 runs off it, but 1 boundary off the outside edge. 50 for 2. Yes, just give almost alarm Moonsamy, because if he gets it wrong, that's a wicket. You know, they do say in cricket you have to be willing to take a few risks to get some key wickets.
And Moonsamy is a key man. In the absence of Luando Pretorius and Donovan Ferreira, both in the Proteas ODI squad, heading over to Pakistan. The other key man, Keegan Peterson, is here at the ground in his whites. Probably can only bat number 7 though, given how long he's been off the field with that split webbing.
I have split my webbing before in a match, and I can tell you now, batting at the time I didn't have stitches. it was too tight a turnaround to put stitches, but I can tell you it is one of the most painful things to do.
And I'm not sure having stitches would make the pain less.
Makes it a whole lot more. And holding the bat, the ball doesn't even have to hit you, just hits the bat, and just the vibrations through the hands makes it feel even worse.
So I guess there is a chance of Keegan Peterson not batting at all. Or maybe just in an emergency if they're 9 down and trying to save the game.
I would definitely say if it's an emergency. But if the Titans can continue like this, just grinding and rotating the strike, there shouldn't be a need for Peterson to bat. The intent is shown. Moonsamy has made it clear that anything too straight is going to sail to the boundary. I quite like that he's made it clear what's going to happen.
And no one at deep square leg. For most of the time, the Warriors have had a fine leg and a deep square leg, but just fine leg now on the leg side. So, yeah, you could see Moonsamy was targeting square on the leg side there. Mid-wicket's fairly straight as well.
It's full outside off. Moonsamy will be disappointed. You could hear that groan. It should have gone to the boundary. He's pointing at the boundary he wanted to hit it at. He knows it. You can see that he's getting into positions to want to hit the ball.
Missed out there, and at the moment, Moonsamy's not only battling against this excellent bowling attack, but a bit with himself as well. You can see the frustration. He's just not got his best timing at the moment.
It's in the air, but doesn't matter. It's crunched that. Slapped it through the covers for 4. Moonsamy is getting into positions to attack anything full and outside off. And Mnyanda will be disappointed with that ball. That is a welcome boundary for Rivaldo Moonsamy.
That'll make him feel a bit better. Full and wide, there to be hit. And well hit by Moonsamy. And he seems to have identified the problem. He's asking for a new grip.
Bit of an overcorrection from Nyanda. Unfortunately, more buys. And that brings the end of the over. It's gone for 5. Scores 55 for 2.
Talk us through grips, Sean, as a batter. Some people like thick ones, don't they? Other people, I suppose, rely more on feel. What are the options?
Well, it looks like Moonsamy's changing his whole bat, but I would say it is on feel. How does the bat feel in your hands? So you find some batters like having 2 grips, 3 grips. So it all just depends on the type of batter that they are. Personally, because my hands are a little bit smaller, I prefer a smaller grip. But I also am very bottom heavy. So the tighter I have to hold my top hand, the better it is for me. But it just all depends. And I think Moonsamy, he's changed his whole bat. I don't want to waste too much time. They're already behind in overs when they were bowling. But yes, from the West Lane end, we've got Cohen Mangru. And steps across his stumps and just clips that over square leg. And that brings up the first boundary for the Titans innings and the first one for Rivaldo Moonsamy. That takes his score to 18. And what a shot.
Must have been the bat. Look at that. First ball with the new bat and sails over square leg for 6. Again, that little shuffle just outside off stump.
Shuffles again, but this time just sending that to backward point where the deep fielder does the cleaning up. Batting in sevens. Get your six and then get off strike.
Lovely shot that by Rivaldo Moonsamy, the 6.
A little bit straighter, but way too high. And only Mangru seemed interested.
He walked across a long way, did Van Skalkwyk. Definitely worth a shout.
I think maybe height, because the only ones who seemed interested was bowler.
Maybe just missing leg stump.
I quite like the use of, or how Moonsami's using his feet. He's using the crease, changing the angle, changing the line. Mangru has to adjust. And you can see it's getting a lot shorter, which means LBW bold comes out of the equation. And then to Van Skalkwyk, a lot fuller. And well left, that is the end of the 21st over, 64 for 2. Moonsamy has come out from the tea break. His body language is different. He's moving very positively at the crease. And he's taking the game on. And as you said, I think the message is we've got to start scoring a little bit more. And Van Skalkwyk, yes, he's dotting up, but he could be the anchor, and then Moonsamy be aggressor, especially for this next passage of play, because you don't know what the wicket will be like tomorrow morning.
Yeah, try and get the bulk of the runs today when the conditions are good. I think before tea, Moonsamy was always just going to come in and try and survive until the tea break, knowing that then you can come out in this last session and try and push the game forward a bit. Took him a little while to find his range. A few mistimed shots to begin with. A few problems outside off stump. But a change of bat seems to have done the trick for him. 21 now, 42 balls. When he had 3 off 28 not that long ago.
And that one, don't know how that missed everything. But what a ball from Patrick Kruger.
It's just a lapse in concentration from Moonsamy, and it's not dissimilar to how he got out in the first innings against Mjanda. Hitting across the line, trying to target the leg side. Head up in the air a bit. The situation really doesn't call for that.
And outside off and driven hard into the covers. A good start from Kruger, bowling to a very attacking Moonsamy. So if he had done that in the first ball, I think he would have got the boundary that he was looking for.
Yeah, every now and then Moonsamy just tries to manufacture something rather than play the ball on its merits.
And there you have it, over the cover for 6. And what a shot that was. One of the flattest 6s I've ever seen.
That was unbelievable. Just cleared cover and away for 6. And no issue with them attacking that delivery. There was a bit of width. It was on. But goodness, that's put away clinically. Over cover for 6. Well, if Rivaldo Moonsamy carries on like this up until Stumps, and he has support at the other end, the Titans will be well placed.
And that one, great stop in diving to his right. Just to stop it. I think what Moonsamy is trying to do is get rid of that fielder.
Mohammed Manak doing great work. There at third slip.
Manak trying to get the field to be spread a little bit more so that he has access to that third region. It's the end of the over, 7 runs off it. Score is 71 for 2 after 22.
Saved 4 runs there, Manak. And this partnership, thanks to the little flurry of runs from Moonsamy, has now grown to 37. So they've more than doubled the score. And you could see Moonsamy, I think he also wants to dominate the strike as well, doesn't he?
I don't want to say that he's counting balls, but I think he might be counting balls.
Make it sound like it's counting cards. I mean, it's, you know, all the great batters do it. Come on. When they're going well, they don't want to let the lesser mortals at the other end ever go.
I wouldn't exactly call Van Skalkwyk a lesser mortal. But I will say, when things are going well, you want to face majority of the strike. And you usually find when things are going well for my partner, I have no problem being on the non-striker's end.
Yeah, it shouldn't bother Van Skalkwyk. I think it takes a bit of pressure off him. And he can maybe just concentrate on going, all right, how can I get Moonsamy back on strike? Where's a 1? Let me just pick up a 1 and watch the show from the other end.
Still leaving it with some flair.
It's been very disciplined batting by Jorik van Skalkwyk. Seems to have a good understanding of where his off stump is.
He's 43 deliveries, and he's been there right from ball 1. And well left. Well left.
Yeah, it's good. He gets onto off stump, and then he knows that anything outside of that, he doesn't have to play it. So he doesn't. Tiring out the bowlers. Getting the shine off the ball.
And that's what you want. Keep them out there for as long as possible. Keep them out there grinding. That is the key. You don't want them to be in high spirits, happy that they're taking wickets. And there's been some really good bowling, and Van Schalkwyk has made it look very simple. Just kept things very compact.
Yeah, and if they can not give the Warriors much reward in this final session, then the Warriors will probably bowl. There's nearly 2 hours of play left. The light looks very good today. So let's say just short of 2 hours play. So nearly 30 more overs, say 25 overs just to be conservative. That means they would have bowled 47 overs this afternoon. I'll feel it a little bit in the morning, but the other big thing then is that they then start the final morning when there's normally a bit more moisture around with a 50-over-old ball, which won't do as much. Bit of indecision, but eventually the run is taken due to the misfield. And we saw this morning how the Titans toiled for over the first hour. Couldn't get any wickets in the first hour. And that was with a ball that was 28 overs old. So
I do think that the Titans didn't help themselves by giving a boundary ball or a loose delivery every single over.
Means Sammy had to get a move on there. He was chugging along watching the fielder, and then you just saw a little late spurt to get home safely.
Definite intent. I think the conversation at the end of the last over was, get me on strike. Rotate the strike.
Good start to the over in that regard. 2 singles.
Now, the Warriors have definitely been a lot more disciplined than the Titans were this morning. It was almost the Titans needed to find their rhythm, find their length, and after lunch started to make the necessary adjustments to dismiss the Warriors. Whereas I do think the Warriors are bowling so well, but at the same time, these two at the crease are absorbing, I would say, just taking it on, just playing it on merit, not doing anything too flashy or trying to manufacture too much. And just runs down to third. So definitely in control of that shot, Moonsami was, and just gets 2 for it.
would say that generally the Warriors' attack has been able to bowl in the right areas for longer than the Titans in this game.
And that brings us to the end of the over. The score is 76 for 2. The Titans need 192 more runs to win. And with the end of the over, also brings change in the commentary box. So thank you to Kane. And welcome, Pierre.
Thank you. It's almost the same pattern that we've seen throughout this game. Where up front, that new ball, that's where you have a better chance to strike and to take wickets. The moment that ball gets a bit older, it's much easier for the batters. Van Schalkwyk, the young man, 16 of 48, he's working really hard. Temperament is key for him. Sammy is continuing his form, 32 of 53. No Peterson yet, split his webbing. So I think what they'll do is they'll just keep him behind for as long as possible, but if needed to bat, he will have to bat. Nicely clipped off his hip. Good fielding. Duan Olivier on the boundary.
Some very good fielding, I think. May have done himself a mischief.
That was just in that dive, or stopping the ball where the knee got stuck. And when that happens, everyone just cringe and hope for the best, and he's up. Good to see.
An area of just some drier... It's a drier patch on the field. Just hope that it's nothing serious at all.
Good leave.
Olivier still hunched over.
Yeah, he's not looking comfortable. He's Duan Olivier. And the Warriors cannot afford to lose one of their strike bowlers.
He is standing up. He's looking a lot better. So hopefully, as the game goes on, he'll be all right.
Little bit of shape from Mangru. Partnership now, 44 runs. It's a healthy one for the Titans. And it's one where the Warriors are going to have to work hard to get the breakthrough. Not allowing the Titans to increase that run rate, which is at 3.2, and it's quite high considering what's been the average run rate throughout this whole game.
Yes, a flurry of runs has come from the bat of Rivaldo Moonsamy, who has, at one stage, was 3 of 28 deliveries. And after tea, just came in and played with a lot of positive intent. A few sixes, quite a few boundaries, but decided to go at a different pace to everybody else.
And that's how dangerous he can be, is Moonsamy. When he decides to pull the trigger, you've got to be awake. And that's what he's done there. He's, after a slow start, pulls the trigger and gets the Titans back into a very, very healthy situation. Change the momentum. 78 for 2 now, 25 gone. I do believe that this wicket allows batsmen to play like that. I really do. It's a quick outfield. It's a good surface. That positive intent can get you a bit of a flyer. Transfer the pressure back onto the opposition. Easy one.
Yes, the intent has been very clear after tea. Moonsami being the aggressor, using the crease a lot more, shuffling across his stumps to access the leg side. And you can almost see that the conversation or the messaging going to Van Schalkwyk has been, get me on strike. It seems that the moment that conversation happens, Van Schalkwyk's also shown some, let's say, positive moves to look for the single because Moonsami's hitting it so well. It's also forced a change in line with, especially with Mangru, where he was bowling a lot straighter to Moonsami before tea. After tea, with all his movement, everything is coming out wider, which is exactly what Moonsami wants. He wants to access that third region.
Oh, that's a big swing. That's a big swing.
It's a bit of I'd say maybe a lapse in focus, because he's done so well. Van Schalkwyk's done so well to stay in there, anchor an innings, and that shot was a little bit out of character for the innings he's played.
It's a little bit of inexperience, and good to see Moonsami just walking across, just guiding the young man, saying, stay calm. There's no rush. There's more than enough time in this game to get the 189 runs required. Oh, outside edge, just short of first slip. Good little battle on the go here, and this is where the temperament will be tested. At his age.
A young 18-year-old, up until this point, has played with so much maturity, and there's so much technique of just leaving outside off stump. He knows where his off stump is, so you almost just don't want him to get sucked into playing a rash shot.
That's a good leave. It's a very good leave. It's the end of the over. A little testing over for young Van Schalkwyk. 79 for 2.
Very good job, boys.
I think he'll be happy that he didn't give his wicket away despite a rash shot on the outside edge. Still playing with soft hands, playing it late, or should be playing it later. But yes, went back to leaving it well. Good way to end the over. Didn't get runs, but a much better way to end the over than how he began the over. But back on strike is a Moonsami, who has made his intentions very clear. He wants to take the bowlers on. He wants to take this game forward.
One just stayed a touch low, but it is again that wideish line from the West Lane end. I haven't seen anything really staying low on the stumps.
Anything straighter seems to have kicked up or kicks up a little bit. So I want to be aware of anything a lot straighter.
Watchful by Moon Sammy.
I quite like how he's paced his innings. In the beginning, he was very watchful. There was some really good bowling, and he just played with a straight bat. He kept the ball out, and then straight after tea, went after the bowlers, put the pressure back on them. And now he's adjusting his game because Mangru has made adjustments of, say, ball staying a little bit low, and he's just being more watchful.
Oh, there's a bit of bounce. Just walked across, a little shimmy into the channel of Mangru. Change in the field. Mid-wicket is now going to, I suspect, a first slip. So 3 slips in position now. Nicely driven through extra cover. Again, got into the channel of Mangru outside the off stump. Perfect placement.
Made that look simple. The challenge was on between the two of them. And in that one, Rivaldo Munsami came out on the other end. He's basically said, don't bowl there. Mangru will be disappointed given how well his over started, and now will be under pressure to close it off well.
Just a little push to deep point on the boundary. 50 partnership between Van Schalkwyk and Moon Sammy. ...102 deliveries.
Some really good batting between the two of them. They came together when the Titans were under pressure. 2 wickets down, not many runs on the board. A 50 partnership has steadied the ship for the Titans.
27 gone, 84 for 2.
Still a lot of time to bat. And I hope the messaging is don't play anything rash, especially to Van Schalkwyk.
But Titans would like to get through the 20 overs remaining on day 3 unscathed, which will possibly take them to about 110, 115 runs required on day 4 to get. Looking at the run rate achieved at the moment, another 60 runs tonight. Come back tomorrow morning, 120 runs needed to win. You're in a strong position. It's all about this last hour or so. Set it up for tomorrow. You don't need to do anything more than that, what Munsami is doing right now. That's a good ball, and that frustrates any bowler when your good ball goes for one.
Can be very frustrating. What these two have done is mirror what De Villiers and Gleishle did in the Warriors innings. The longer you're there, the easier it gets, as cliche as that sounds.
Is 100% the recipe to chase that down. To leave those deliveries. Winsami just walking over again, having a chat to Van Schalkwyk. I like that. Just keep guiding the young man.
Especially a young player early in his career has so much to learn. What an opportunity to do it with somebody with the experience of Munsami.
A little inside edge down to fine leg. They all count.
You don't always have to be pretty to be effective.
Yeah. If you're happy to enjoy the scrappy runs, it's good. The ugly scrappy runs, they all count. Driven. And everyone can just watch that ball racing to the boundary.
What a shot. Nobody out there. Too full. Wide. Rivaldo Munsami making easy work of that one. Just stand and deliver.
Yeah, that was juicy.
Patrick Kruger will not be happy with that ball. As they say, the comeback is where it counts. How does he come back?
Well, he's got a deep square. Is it going to be the short ball? The angry ball? Just guides it down to third man. He's done well. Easy 2. 8 runs with that Kruger over.
The mark there, Posty? Huh? The mark there. Yeah. What a marker. There is no marker. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Come on, yeah, AP, come on, yeah, man. Let's go, yeah, boys, come on. 104, man. Around.
It's going to be a change from the West Lane end. Nyanda back into the attack. Had a very good first spell, 1 for 11 and 6. Coming around the wicket, that was full and wide. Van Schalkwyk missed out. And Sammy, another little chat. It's that, don't worry about that.
I still like that Van Schalkwyk is being very positive. He's leaving well, yes, he's defending, but he is still being very positive. He's still looking for runs, and that's what you want. You don't want to be stuck. And say, digging yourself into a hole because you don't want to lose wickets.
You can see with that defensive shot there, the positive intent. And there are times in your innings where you lose a bit of rhythm, the timing is not there, you get a half volley and you tow it to point. That can happen.
Just need to have the patience to get through those moments and know that it won't happen the entire innings.
There's a little freebie. Just helped it along. Nicely played by Van Skalkwyk. When Sammy is busy with a lecture. You see? Just wait. Something will give.
And it came. An easy one, just have to be patient. And that's what he has. You see it again. Angling across. Not the best ball from Nyanda, but Van Skalkwyk not hesitating to just help that along. Didn't have to do too much. Just got some bat on it.
Just at his line.
Skalkwyk must just continue just being positive. It will, I think it will come, and when it does, I think it'll be very hard to rein it back in from a Warriors perspective.
I just missed out again. Twice this over now. Body language is showing the disappointment.
Moonsamy just having a chat.
It's calming him down.
That's what you need. A senior campaigner helping a young player making strides in his first professional season.
Just going to get the one. 5 runs off Nyanda's over. And players are going to enjoy a well-deserved drink.
here, man. Come on here, Doozy. Come on here, Doozy. Come on here, Doozy. Feel it going that way. Come on here, boys. Come on, man. Go ahead, Doozy. Jose! Good job, man. Here we go, Duzo. How's our weather, boys? Come on. Good job, man. Come on here, Doozy. Come on, Doozy. Make you boy. Come on, Doozy. Come on, Doozy. Come on, Doozek. Come on, Doozek. Come on, lad. Come on, lad. Yeah, Doozy. One here, boy.
That break, I think, came at a good time for young van Skalkwyk just to pause a little bit, just to relax a little bit, have a drink, and start again. Duan Olivier in the bowling attack. On the button, straight away.
It's good to see Olivier back in the attack, especially after a concerning dive on the boundary. And to see it hasn't affected too much. And he's raring to go.
That's down the leg side.
Keep coming in, boys.
17 overs remaining on day 3. Much better over rate today compared to day 1 and day 2. That's too straight again.
Keep going, Tom.
It will be good to see the competition or the matchup between Munsami and Olivier. Two experienced players. You know, former Protea and so a batter that has been around the setup with the A side and Munsami. It will be good to see how this matchup plays out. And a field set change where Square Leg, who was in the ring, is going to the boundary.
Oh, that is met with the straight bat and power.
The bluff didn't work. Square Leg's gone out and ball full and straight, and Munsami is on it and just launches that over middle for a fall. That takes him to 49. And the score to 102. I just watched that again, just full, and Munsami just plays through the line of that one.
That's a strong message, that from Munsami. Anything loose is going to get punished. Oh, just lost a bit of balance there.
A really good comeback from Olivier. A little bit of a chance.
Short. Well taken behind the stumps by Kashele. End of the over. 102 for 2.
Let's go, AP.
Moonsami's definitely been the aggressor after tea, and he's continuing in that vein. And there you have it again, that Fuller delivery just launched, one bounce fall, bounces into the grass embankment. The bluff not working from Olivier. Nyanda into the attack.
That's a nice delivery.
Van Skalkvik just continuing just to leave anything outside off. Not forcing any deliveries. An inside edge goes down to, so squirts down to, so backward of square towards fine leg. Not the most convincing of shots from Van Skalkvik, but he will take it. He's on the other side. It brings the experience of Moonsami back on strike. You don't have to be pretty to score runs, especially in a situation like this where you're under a little bit of pressure. But the young man is new into his career, and this will definitely just go in as a learning experience.
Good AP. Very good boy. Come on, boys.
Just why I don't want to bowl too close to Moonsami.
Very good AP. Very good job, man.
The field is quite spread out. Only 2 slips. Moonsami's made it clear he doesn't want any more slips. Get your fielders in front of the bat, away from him, so he can access that third region. But still playing very measured, a very controlled innings. There's been some really good bowling from the Dafabet Warriors. They've made it not too many loose deliveries. And Moonsami and Van Skalkvik have been up to the task.
Nicely cut late by Moonsami. He used the width, he used the bounce. No fielder on the boundary, and that's his 50. A well-played 50, very positive.
Started off very slow, but he made sure after tea, he's come guns blazing. No holding him back. Anything in his arc, he is going for it. And there you have it. That's the shot that brings it. A late cut down to third. And a well-played 50. Back-to-back 50s. He will want to convert. He will want to be there at the end. That's full, and he has driven it through the covers. back-to-back boundaries. That brings Nyanda's over to 9 runs. And the end of the over, not the best over for the Warriors, but what an over for the Titans. The score is 111 for 2 after 31 overs. And with that, I'm joined by Ken Borland.
What a session for the Titans after tea. And Rivaldo Moonsamy, considering that he had, 3 off 28 balls. And so he's now hit 54 runs off 48 deliveries since then. Better than a runner ball. And he's really put the Titans into a very strong position. Duan Olifia coming back. The Warriors badly need a wicket. Just things getting away from them a bit after the tea break.
Yeah, so as I was setting up here, which is much easier than trying to get a wicket down there, is thinking tactically what would the options be for the Warriors to get this breakthrough. Bearing in mind that the Titans were in a very similar situation earlier today with the partnership of De Villiers and Kishele. Titans only managed the 1 wicket in the first session, and that was 10 minutes before lunch. And then after lunch, in a space of 5-6 overs, they got 3 or 4 wickets. So that is the belief that the Warriors has got to have, is that things can change, and things can change quickly. Although this looks quite hard now with this partnership of 77, Moonsamy is looking extremely dangerous. Yes, Van Schalkwyk, he hasn't found that rhythm, but he's shown a lot of character and grit.
Yeah, it's been a great foil to Moonsamy, and since tea, he's started to rotate the strike a bit better as well. That sort of breakthrough that the Titans made, it ended a partnership of 110, so an even bigger partnership than this one is at the moment. And it came from good bowling and clever use of the slope. Diane Khalim trapping Matthew de Villiers LBW, bowling from the West Lane end, the opposite end to what Olivia's bowling from. But he just kept it nice and straight for a few balls in a row. Realised that there wasn't much going on in terms of swing or movement off the pitch. So used what was there, which is the slope. And maybe the Warriors need to come up with some sort of plan based on that sort of thing.
Oh.
Helped over the wicketkeeper. All the way for 6. Rivaldo Moonsamy. I was a little bit critical about him shortly after tea for maybe just trying to manufacture a bit too much. But now that he's set, he's really putting on a display. That was wonderfully played.
He's in T20 mode. Just have a look at the shot. It's the old scoop shot. Just helping it along over the keeper's head for a maximum.
Duan Olifia might no longer have the pace he had when he first played for South Africa, but he's still sharp enough. But Rivaldo Moonsamy, I just think he's got so much time.
He has got a lot of time. He has got a lot of options.
Mjanda took some tap in his previous over.
Just that shot of Moon Sammy as a bowling team, would that scare you or would that excite you? And I talk about excite because is he getting a bit loose? And if he gets a bit loose, he's going to give you a chance. And that's the way they've got to think out there, is that, okay, well, great shot. Out of the blue, you're playing a T20 shot. But if you're going to start playing shots like that, boys, let's be awake here. Something is going to give. I look at the other side of the coin here. Yes, it can look dangerous as well. When Sammy's starting to play like that, he can take the game away from you immediately. But on the other side, he might give you a chance.
I agree with you wholeheartedly, Pierre. And we saw that in the first innings. He was in total control. Looked really good. Got to 86 and then gave it away. Playing, just too ambitious a stroke against this man, against Mjanda, who just made sure he was targeting the stumps, waiting for the mistake. And it came. And then a flurry of wickets followed, as you were saying. It doesn't look good for the Warriors at the moment, but if they can just get the one breakthrough, we've seen wickets have fallen in groups through this match.
There. Just slashed at that wide delivery. Just wide of second slip. And another boundary for the Titans, but this time for Van Schalkwyk. He looks frustrated, the young man, but he's got to experience Moon Sammy, very positive in the way he speaks on the other end. That's helping him and guiding him. And the runs, they don't have to look pretty. They all count.
I've been impressed with Van Schalkwyk's temperament this afternoon because clearly it has been a bit of a grind. He had very little of the strike the first half of his innings. And he's dealt with those issues. He's still there. He hasn't given it away, and he's added 88 now with Moon Sammy, and it's the sort of partnership that if the Titans do win this game, they'll look back and say this was the partnership that set it up.
They should get two. Yeah, it's going to be very easy two for Van Schalkwyk.
Keep going.
Edged and taken. Excellent catch by Kashile. There's the breakthrough for the Warriors. Apiwe Mjanda just plugging away on that offside line. And eventually the mistake does come from Jorik van Schalkwyk. Just a little jab at that one. And acrobatically snaffled by Kashile.
Yeah, it started with a very good delivery. And it ended with an outstanding one-handed catch from Kashile, the wicketkeeper. You need a bit of X factor to stay in this game, and that was X factor. Wow, great technique.
It's a good ball too, isn't it? It's a lovely length, and it just held its line a bit.
Dayan Khalim going to be joining Moon Sammy.
even given Keegan Peterson's split webbing. It's an interesting move by the Titans to send Dayan Khalim up the order ahead of Sibonela Makanya. Would seem to me to be an attacking move, Pierre, quite an aggressive move.
Or it could be just that Khalim is in good form, and he likes to play, and he's got the experience. But a very good partnership comes to an end.
I think that has been given out. LBW, massive wicket. Rivaldo Moonsamy falls. A ball after Jorich van Skalkwyk. Did he get outside the line?
Oh, I will have to have another look at this, because Moonsamy has used that to get outside the off stump. This is a massive blow. We've just spoken about it, how quickly things can change, and you still have to just believe. And it's happened. Oh, that's outside the line. It's a poor decision. I can't describe it in any other way. That's a very, very poor decision.
I'm not even sure it's hitting the stumps, Pierre.
Not even close.
And probably too high. Have to be honest, not much going for that LBW appeal, but it was successful. Oh, wow, the Momentum Multiply Titans have fought really hard in this match, and unfortunately, as seems to happen so often when you're down on your luck a bit, you get the rough decisions as well, and that's a crucial one. Moonsamy in absolute control, batting so well for 63.
Now they've got two new batters in. We still have to face a ball. Team hat-trick on the cards.
Still just the three slips. The third of them is more of a fourth slip than a third. Here's Olivia. And the other problem for the Titans is Keegan Peterson might not be able to bat. We haven't had an update on just how bad that split webbing is.
It's about 2 stitches split. But it's always the split webbing is an awkward, uncomfortable injury. But if it comes down to the fact that he needs to bat, I'm sure he will.
Wow, Titans have to start again. 2 batsmen on naught at the crease. Still 144 runs needed to win. And it's exactly what we were talking about. The Warriors, if they can get 1 wicket, then maybe the second one would follow. And sure enough, it did. Successive deliveries. Mjanda removing Van Skalkwyk for 33 and Olivia getting Moonsamy. Decent delivery from Duan Olivia that trapped Moonsamy. LBW nipped back. Good length ball. And it just also changes the whole tone of the game, if you like, because I think from feeling that they could keep attacking and that the momentum was with them through until Stumps, working on getting that deficit down to closer to 2 figures, it's now turned into more of a battle of survival for the Titans through until Stumps, 13 overs remaining.
Oh, that is dangerous. It's a lack of feet there. Maiden wicket for Duan Olivier. 124 for 2 becomes 124 for 4. Looking at the Titans batters still to come in, so you've got a very young Lion Cachet. Not a lot of experience. You've got an injured Keegan Peterson. And then it's the tail. So I think the point I want to make is that this partnership is the partnership that's got to get the Titans over the line.
I think pretty much has to go through the Stumps. We did say that the Titans don't want to be 4 or 5 wickets down at the start of the last day. Well, they're 4 down already now, with an hour to play until Stumps. 5 down would leave them in quite a hole.
That's a lovely shot down the ground. Full straight. And Khalim is off the mark with that boundary.
It's his first delivery as well. Very nicely played. Man in form, as you said, Pierre. Change in the field as a mid-wicket comes in. Just the 2 slips now. Bowler apologises to the wicketkeeper. Rightfully so. That was a very wayward one. Oh, that's a bit airy by Khalim. See him walking away from the wicket now just to compose himself a bit, I guess. That was loose.
Yeah, that's very loose. That's very loose. That's better. Well played. Solid. To end the over. 128 for 4.
No doubt we'll see the other new ball bowler, Matthew Boast, come back for a burst before Stumps. He's been very challenging today as well. Perhaps he'll replace Olivier at the Henops River end. Too high again, I would suggest. Warriors are understandably optimistic.
That's a good shout. I do think it was definitely a bit high. But straight.
Nicely driven by Makanya. Excellent work in the field though. And Piwa Myanda's teammates are running across to congratulate him. That's the sort of fielding that makes such a difference. There's the LBW shot. Very straight, as you say, as you said, Pierre. Maybe a little bit high, but
Yeah, well, if anything, the umpire thought that height was a problem. Oh, it's close. It's so close that Ken.
I'm going to be naughty and say it was more out than the previous
Oh,
one.
You're not naughty. I think you're 100% correct. That one was possibly clipping the bails, if anything.
Well, you can make up your own mind about that one. You see, the Warriors are very keen on it, though, and with good reason. Nicely bowled again by Duan Olivier. He really has been outstanding in this match. 4 for 39 in the first innings. And just so consistent. Just pretty simple, but doing that simple thing well. Just consistent line. Bit of movement both ways. Nicely cut away and for 4. Makanya did well. So a good end to the over for the Momentum Multiply Titans with the boundary. 6 off the over, 134 for 4. And the Titans are exactly halfway to their target. 134 more needed to win. But crucially, they've lost 4 wickets and have an injured batsman as well in Keegan Peterson. Small repairs to the landing area. Looks like Kerwin Mungru is going to come on to bowl after a useful spell by Piwem Nyanda. Made the initial breakthrough, getting the wicket of Jorik van Skalkwyk to end that 90-run partnership for the third wicket. And in the next ball, Duan Olivia chapping Rivaldo Moonsamy LBW. A controversial decision, just adding to the drama. Oh, he's going to get back quickly. Bit more of a spring now in the Warriors' step. They were under the cosh since tea time.
Titans, they need 134 runs to get their first win in this campaign. Warriors, they need 6 wickets. It's in the balance. It's really in the balance. It's good for batting if you have the good mindset of developing good partnerships. You can. We've seen that in this game, but you can also see with the ball that anything can happen, and anything can happen quite quickly. Mungru is just getting a little bit of movement off the deck.
It really is just one more good partnership, though, isn't it, for the Titans? If they can get another 70, 80 run partnership together, they'll definitely be favourites.
Nine overs remaining after this over on day 3.
Low full toss worked down to fine leg. I dare say if Moonsamy had stayed in, the Warriors probably would have slowed things down a bit and probably wouldn't have bowled out the full quota of overs for today. But I think they'll be keen to squeeze in overs now with 2 new batsmen at the crease. Get all 10 in before Stumps put them under pressure, even more pressure. A third slip is brought in for Makanya. End of the over, 135 for 4.
Get them, yeah, fella. Come on, boy.
For these 2 batsmen, it's a simple thought process, isn't it, Pierre? They've just got to get themselves in.
Yeah, absolutely. Get yourself in. Make sure that you get to stumps with no damage. And yeah, there is damage. That is a leading edge. Straight to the cover fielder. Halim will have a look on the replay, but he definitely looked to play that ball way too square, way too early. Hence the leading edge to extra cover. And it's a massive wicket. 9 overs before Stumps. Yeah, there you can see there. Tried to clip it there to square leg.
Needed to be a straight bat, didn't it? Just defend. Back foot defense, back from where the ball came. But in trying to work it for a single, and we know from that end, occasional deliveries do bounce a bit. And Halim, unfortunately, just not the right decision, you'd
No.
have to say, in playing this.
He's played that way too square. Yeah, he's showing what he was supposed to do, and that was the straight bat. Ken, you also referred to that. It's just a straight bat to mid-on. And that's a massive wicket for the Warriors, getting rid of the in-form Halim. That brings the youngster Lion Cachet to the crease.
Well, an opportunity to make a name for himself, an opportunity to be a hero on debut for Keegan Lion Cachet.
You can't ask for a better opportunity to announce yourself in this situation here as a debutant, as a young player. It's in these games where you can announce yourself and say, this is who I am. This is the way I play.
Important, I would say, though, that he realizes that they can't win the game today. So they can go a long way to losing it if they lose some more wickets before Stumps. So first job is to just stay there. Only 133 more needed to win. So in terms of time, there's absolutely no issue whatsoever.
When Munsami, and that was, 30 minutes ago? And Van Skalkwyk, when they were going quite well in that partnership, I reckon in my head, the win meter was almost a 60-70% in favour of the Titans. It is completely changed. It is now a 60-70% win percentage for the Warriors. And that's in half an hour. 3 wickets.
That's the wonderful thing about this game. The long format does this over and over again, and in particular these two teams the last few years have had really dramatic encounters that have swung to and fro. Again, a bit of a leading edge. Olivier also, I like him from that end because he's a good man to exploit that bit of bounce from the Henops River end. He does hit the deck, gets it to stand up a bit. And so a maiden wicket over for Duan Olivier, and the over in which he took his 7th wicket of the match. What a performance it's been by him.
And if I'm not mistaken, is that 2 maiden wicket overs for Dion Olivier in a row?
Not in a row. There was an over that went for 6 in between here. Oh, it's not over yet, I see. No, it is. And there was a single off it. That was the confusion. So 136 for 5. $132 needed for victory. And there you see the Momentum Multiply Titan scorecard. Senokwani, soft dismissal. Chipping straight to mid-wicket. Neil Brunt started well and then just, again, caught outside the off stump. And then things went really well with a partnership of 90 between Van Skalkwyk and Moonsamy. All that has changed now. The Warriors have ripped up the playbook and taken control of this match. With 3 wickets for 12 runs.
It all started with that excellent delivery from Nyanda to Van Skalkwyk. Got the outside edge. Great catch by the keeper, Kishele. That previous over, I don't know if you got it because you have got your scorebook here, at 7 balls in.
Well, that's why I said over up. I thought there was something wrong there. Yeah, I was convinced it was over up. Titans wouldn't have been amused if the 7th ball had taken a wicket.
Ooh. Not at all.
Nicely pushed for 1.
Wait, come.
Little shy at the stumps, just checking if Lion Cachet was awake, hadn't wandered around too much. Backing up had to be awake as well. It's gone right through him. Beautifully bowled. I don't think it carried to the keeper, so I think they're appealing for LBW.
Yeah, it was definitely off his leg. Oh, nearly clipped the bails. Just over the stumps. Good decision by the umpire.
But more encouragement for the Warriors with that delivery jagging back off the pitch. End of the over, 137 for 5.
you around, Ken.
Yeah, all the best.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
So, Sean Myers joins us again. Oh, that was a little breathless passage of play, Sean. Last time you were on the mic, the Titans were cruising. All was good.
I stood up and walked away. And oh, how the game has turned and changed on its head. A few wickets have fallen and some brilliant catching behind the stumps. What a game this is turning out to be. Titans were cruising and now this game is in the balance.
Love it. And these two teams, as I was saying to Pierre de Bruin a short while ago, they have a history of close encounters. They have a history of dramatic four-day encounters.
The Titans won't be too happy with how things are going. They know that a win will be essential, given that they will be docked points for a slow over rate as well.
Yeah, there's a lot that's been going against the Titans. Some of it of their own making, one has to say. Some of the, little things, little basics that you need to get right.
Streaky. And just evading Manak. Third slip. And that's a boundary, and a welcome boundary for Keegan Line Casher.
Yeah, let's see if we get a replay here, because I think Warriors will draw a bit of hope from that shot. Something to look at outside the off stump. Titans have had blows which have also been outside of their control in this game, but it's funny how if you fix the little things that you can control, other things tend to fall into place.
It's good to see the intent from Keegan Line Casher. Anything short, he's made it clear he will go after it. But yes, lots of things in their control that they let slip, and a lot of things out of their control that I think were a little bit unlucky. But in all fairness, the Warriors have bowled to a very tight plan and have been persistent with it.
I think they have been more consistent with the ball, certainly, through the match.
That's 4 off the over. 141 for 5. The Titans still need 127 runs. The big thing now will be get to stumps from now on with no wickets lost. We don't want to be going into... They'll be telling themselves they don't want to go into the next day, into the last day, with their lower order batters at the crease. So this is the last of their middle order or their recognised batters. And after this, it's going to be tough. And what a shot that is! Makanya just picking that up off his legs over mid wicket for 4, and what a shot that is. That is how you put a bowler under pressure. And Cohen Mungru, first ball of his over, has gone for 4, and what a shot that was.
Well, it is a strong area for Sibs Makanya off the pads, up and over. It's not over yet, of course, for the Titans. 123 more needed. One good partnership could get them close.
I think that's all it requires. You don't need to go at too much more than what's happening. Bad ball, anything full, half volley length, you go after it. Everything else you can defend. I mean, it sounds simple in theory, But we all know that this game is a strange game and anything can happen. But there will be a ball that is in your arc. You will get a little bit of luck. You just have to be there long enough to cash in. Good comeback from Mangru.
First of the shadows of the chalets is rapidly approaching the pitch. So it's a bit of a race between the chalets. That's what it looks like at the moment. On that to the right of Mangru. See who can get to the pitch first. But I think we're going to have a rare day where all the overs are bowled. Just 6 overs, 5 overs, and 2 balls left to be bowled today. Still got more than half an hour until the cut-off time.
The Warriors will not be complaining. They will want to bowl as much as possible to the 2 batters. Try and get another wicket before Stumps. Put them under pressure in the morning. Another streaky shot. This doesn't carry. But, runs are runs.
I think Makanya was, or Lion Cachet rather, was aiming over mid-on. And it went through the covers. So it's a bit fortunate. No, it was Makanya. Lion Cachet now on strike.
It's an interesting way to leave a ball. We've seen so much flair. That's the end of the over. 146 for 5.
Softy now, and softy now. On top edge, yeah. Here we go, man. Take 7 with us tonight, yeah, boys. Here we go, Boasty.
Matthew Bowes continuing from the Hinnops River end.
Take 7 tonight, yeah, man.
And no doubt he'll go all the way to Stumps if he can. It's worked out nicely for the Warriors. Duan Olivia, first of all, from that Hinnops River end. Striking a couple of times, key blows. And now Boast gets to try and ram home the advantage. Put the cherry on top of what's been a good fight back by the Warriors. They dominated the morning session. Would then have been feeling a little bit down after they collapsed after lunch. And then they had to endure Moonsamy and Van Skalkwyk. Moonsamy in particular, clattering them around the park. But they've held their nerve and fought back again. And they hold the upper hand.
Very clear plans coming from the Warriors setup. Even when Moonsamy was, say, dominating and just... He didn't start off dominating. It took him a while, and the Warriors, I would say, didn't succumb to trying to do too much in that time. They kept their nerve, they held their nerve. They knew at some stage the breakthrough will happen. And that one, a little shorter, takes a body blow. Nothing to see here. That's what Makanya's saying.
I think you've kind of nailed maybe the difference between the two bowling attacks in that you just always feel the Titans move on to something else a bit quicker. Whereas the Warriors have just been determined and they've had a lot of faith in their plan and they've stuck with it.
And that's just off his legs. Between mid-wicket and mid-off, and a wonderful shot for 4 from Makanya. Welcome boundary, welcome runs. Just keep chipping away at that target. That is what Makanya will say. Chip away. The bad ball will come, or the ball in your arc, and you don't have to do too much. There is enough pace that Boast offers for the ball to race away on what is always being a quick outfield here at SuperSport Park. It's a great, good pickup. But a welcome single, batting in 5s. Just get the boundary and get off strike. Bat from the other end. Good intent. Keep the scoreboard ticking. And that's what you want. When you are playing positive cricket and you're looking for runs, you're less likely to go out. And I think that's what these two have to do. Still be positive, even as they play risk-free cricket.
Agreed. It was good to see Makanya a couple of times in the last few overs. We said that's his strength off the pads. And when the ball has been bowled there, he's backed himself and played 2 really good shots to collect boundaries. He's gone to 15 not out. Lion Cachet is on 6. 151 for 5 after 42 overs and 117 more to win.
And back into the attack. He continues from the... Well, back into the attack. He takes over from Mangru.
Good to see some Titans juniors in the house with their coach probably.
A low full toss. And Makanya just leans into that one. Stand and deliver. Just has to watch that sail to the boundary.
Well put away, and that's kind of linked to what you were saying about a positive intent, Sean. That if you're defensive minded and you don't have that intent, you get a ball like that and you tend to hit it straight to the fielder. A dot ball, worst case scenario, you get caught. But when you have been batting positively and you have that intent, you're able to put it away.
And that's what they should keep doing. What I do like about how Makanya has approached this is, even when he is defending, it's coming full face of the bat. He's looking to score runs, but if it's not there, it's not there. He's not trying to force anything. And first ball of the over goes for 4. The pressure automatically shifts back to Nyanda. What are you going to do next? Because the run rate, the Titans don't need to travel at that quicker rate. And already 4 runs and you're over.
That was not the ball to try and do that too. But it's ironic that the Titans have managed to score at the fastest rate of the match so far. They're going at 3.6. 3.5 overs left tonight. 113 still to win. Not that they'd want to force it, but the Titans would feel good if they managed to get that target to win down below 100 into double figures before Stumps. Not serious if they don't.
Just continues. Just keep chipping away at that target. 5 runs in the over, 2 balls to come. Pressure firmly back on Nyanda. Lion Cachet doesn't have to do too much. Just keep it out. The runs for the over they're done. No need to play anything too risky. But still be positive. How convincing is that?
Very solid in defence. Defending with intent, I would say. Good to see.
A good way to close the over for Mnyanda. That does bring the end to the over. 5 runs off it. 156 for 5. With the Titans needing 112. And 3 overs left in the day. Lots of daylight. Still after these 3 overs.
Yeah, what shows what a decent over rate can do. You finish your overs before it gets dark. Novel idea by the Warriors. But so Boast will have 2 more overs. And Mnyanda probably 1 more from the other end.
Boast looks like he wants to keep bowling. But yes, what a novel idea to finish early, get recovery done as quickly as possible, or get it started as quickly as possible before tomorrow. That's what will be on their minds. Asking questions from Kenya, just happy just to keep it out.
He's done well, Makanya. Coming in and got to 20 not outs off just 29 balls. Has just steadied the ship a bit after the drama of those 3 quick strikes.
And there you have it. That brings the end to Makanya's innings. Disappointing for him. He's done very well to keep everything out. But unfortunately, a leading edge. And Makanya is out for 20 runs off 29 deliveries. He will be disappointed. He's done the hard work. But Matthew Boast has come out on top and got his first wicket of the innings.
Was it leading edge or was it back pad? It sounded like 2 noises. And you could see, someone said, can you believe it? And Makanya is still dragging himself off the field, although that is Keegan Peterson, the captain, who has come out to bat. Peterson with a split webbing.
It won't be tough. It will be tough for Peterson to bat. But he'll want to do it for his team.
One of the Warriors said no top hand here, which would suggest it's Peterson's left hand. But as you were saying, Sean, or was it Pierre, doesn't really matter which hand it is that's got the split webbing. It's going to hurt anyway.
An appeal. But nothing, just coming off the pad. But what an over from Matthew Boast.
That's the Peterson down the leg side. very optimistic appeal.
Now, this is what you call grit. Coming up against a strike bowler, shadow across the field, your hand is split, and you just need to get your team over into stumps, get them to the end of the day. A little bit of an unconventional shot.
Maybe kept a little low as it zipped through. I'm sure Keegan Peterson was hoping that he didn't have to go out there tonight, hoping that, they could give him an extra night's recovery, do whatever medical treatment required. Just time, of course, helps heal better than most things. And another 12 hours of recovery would make a difference, no doubt. He's survived his first over out there.
That's the end of the over. A wicket maiden. Score still 156 for 6. Keegan Lyon Cachet is on 6. Keegan Peterson is yet to get off the mark. And the Titans still need 112 to win.
You see the name of Duan Olivier 3 times. And it's big wickets. Sinokwani, Moonsami and Khalim. Piwem Nyanda chipping in really well with Jordik van Skalkwyk and Neil Brunt. And Matthew Boast just getting his name on the scoreboard now. Having Sibonela Makanya caught at cover. I would say it does become important for Keegan Lyon Cachet to probably take as much of the strike as he can.
I mean,
especially tonight.
He is batting with one of the most experienced batters in the domestic circuit. So, hopefully, lots of advice coming from the other end.
Yeah, I'm sure the skipper would have told the debutant what the plan is.
What a take. Making keeper work a little bit.
He's a very good gloveman. As Sinetembe Klashile. Always very tidy. Spectacular catch he took to break that massive partnership.
Just knocks it down to fine leg. Keegan Peterson yet to get off the mark. It's not going to be easy. It's going to hurt. Nyanda is not a slow bowler. And on this pitch, he's going to, I had to say, want to target that top hand, make it as uncomfortable for Peterson as possible.
I don't think Peterson will be looking to play any booming drives. Crunching pull shots. He'll hope for a couple of edges to go to ground and run away into space. Oof. Oh, that was a bit of an uncomfortable looking drive.
It does become difficult when you can't hold your top hand as, let's say, as firmly as you do before, because I can only imagine how much that would hurt. Keegan Peterson not letting, ever the professional, just not letting anything faze him. He looks very comfortable out there. When he's not batting.
It's easy when you're at the other edge, Sean.
I say it's pretty easy up here as well, Ken.
Can't get run out up here, that's one thing.
But he's just taking his time. The shadows are across the pitch now. Definitely won't make for easy batting. Any easier than it's been.
You could see him just trying to get the fit of the glove a bit more comfortable. He's obviously troubled by it. Not unexpectedly.
And he's off the mark. Opening up his account. Just knocking it to fine leg for a single. That brings the end of the over. Scores 158 for 6.
Well, he's kept the strike. That's Keegan Peterson. Final over of the day. About to be bowled. Matthew Boast. Fish from a wicket. Injured batsman in his sights. No need to hold anything back in this over.
Peterson knows. Just 6 balls. Just keep them out. But he's looking, he's defending well. He looks very positive. Despite, I'd say, adjusting his glove a little bit more than usual. I think he's the key.
Peterson will be happy with that. That's a ball he could just let sail over his head. No worries, one less to worry about.
Just force Peterson to play. Play at everything. Got 4 balls left, nothing to lose really. Force him to play.
I would even have been tempted with a bowler like Boast who hits there quite hard. Get a short leg in there and give him a few lifters. Let's see if he can fend them off and can keep them down with a split webbing in his top hand.
Just clips it off his legs. Matthew Boast is straying a little bit too straight. And that's 3 runs. Some good running. Very intentional running from Peterson and Lancashire. Good call from Peterson. He's now off strike. So some welcome runs in the last over of the day.
Well, the injury to his top hand certainly not affecting his timing. That was beautifully timed. Just a little push through mid-wicket. Let the rookie face the last 2 balls of the day. Or not.
And they say you have to be busy at the crease. Why not be busy to right to the last ball? Will Boast give Peterson the short one? Deep square leg is out. Does have the field set for it. A little bit fuller. And that's the end of Matthew Boast's over. That's 6 off it. That brings the total to 164 for 6 after 46 overs. And that is Stumps at the end of day 3 with the momentum multiplier Titans on 164 for 6, still needing 104 to win. And at the crease, you had Keegan Lancashire and Keegan Peterson.
Lancashire on 8 and Peterson has 6. So 104 to win with 4 wickets in hand. But the last pair of specialist batsmen together at the crease. Warriors will be feeling confident, especially with how well they've bowled in this final session of the day. So do stand by for, first of all, some highlights of the dismissals today. And then hopefully we'll have a couple of interviews for you as well.